This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Snitchy telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get it.
I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish as none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mud. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Snitchy telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get it.
I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish as none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mud. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
What's good? What's good? 25 to Life Testimony TV family. What's good, family? What's good? I haven't seen y'all in about 2 weeks. What's good? We live, we live. Hold on, let me get myself all situated. Kind of hot in here. Let's go, let's go. We're gonna have fun tonight, guys. It's gonna be kind of crazy tonight. It's gonna be dope tonight. We're going on a ride tonight together. 25 to Life Testimony TV family, what's good? Love y'all all. All right. Let me go to my comments really quick. Shalayam Dana Yaz in the building. Shalayam Ahana Yah. Sister Phyllis Riches, my Yah. Zayana. Yashara Lai in the building. We got the Bronx, Lara Yah in the building. We got Chicago in the building. We got Germany in the building. Shout out to everybody over there in Germany. Shout out to we got Oregon in the building. Shout out to Oregon in the building. Well, who else we got? We got Texas in the building. We got North Carolina. Shout out Sister Roberta's in the building. 25 to Life. Let me see. Who else? We got Kansas City in the building. Zayala Yah in the building. We got South Cat, North Cat, Florida. Who else? We got Yahakanan in the building. All right. We got Georgia in the building. Shout out to Georgia. Shout out to Hakyama as well. All right, let's get started, 25 to Life family. All right, tonight, it's gonna be dope. We about to take a ride. Y'all get on in the car, take a ride with me. All right, let me get my stage set up. Present, share screen, window. Hope y'all had a blessed couple of days since I seen y'all last. If y'all was over on our ministry channel and those over the 25 to Life, it's been 2 weeks. All right, here we go. Share, bang. Let me see what y'all see. Okay. Oh, that's looking kind of, that's looking kind of nice. My doggone thumbnail game is kind of, that was big. That was the right size and everything. My thumbnail game is like, shout out to the thumbnail game. Thumbnail game. It's shout out to brother Bulal Mustafa over there on Facebook. T4L, you know. Shout out to Mustafa over there on Facebook. Let me put him up on the screen. Got my Facebook in New York City. He's over there all over the world. All right. So now, this the thumbnail says snitched on Pharrell and the Clipse. All right. So most of y'all know who Pharrell is, right? We know that from the world, right? Oh, I got Did I? I didn't put. I put L'Oreal on the screen. L'Oreal, get your butt off the screen from the Bronx. I was supposed to put Bilal on the screen. There you go. I put the Bronx on the screen. Get off the screen. Bronx always invading stuff. Shout out to the Bronx in the building. All right, all right. So now let me get back the thumbnail. Um, switched on Pharrell, snitched on Pharrell. L'Oreal, could you put the title to the video in the chat for me, please, daughter of Yah? Snitched on Pharrell and the Clipse. Now, most of us know who Pharrell is, right? That's his little dude right here, right? That's the Pharrell, the producer. Y'all know he been all over like Hollywood and all over. He what's that movie with the little dudes with the one eye? The Minions. What's that song? I like that song. Actually funny. Yeah, I know y'all might like, what kind of, I'm not gangster. I'm just a man. All right. My gangster days are over. All right. But I like that song from Pharrell's song from the Minions movie, Happy. You want Happy? Because I need happy in my life, y'all. I don't know about y'all, but you guys, this is the thing about, honestly, about the street life. A lot of the real people who really who really live the ghetto, street, thug, drugs, jail, prison, whatever. You ain't got to been to jail or prison, but, grew up in poverty, maybe one parent household, maybe moms was on drugs or dad, maybe you've been abused. Like, for those who've been through the ringer, I need, yeah, because I'm happy. That's happy. I need that all in my life. Right? Yeah, that was Pharrell. This kind of early when they was young. All right. It kind of looked like before Hollywood got to him. You see, he looked mad normal right there. Right? They throwing up the VA sign looking like it's Dr. Smock, right? But when I was in the hood in my 25 to life stories, I don't think I told this story before. A lot of times, and so people from my hood, Hempstead, Strong Island, right? And even Jamaica, Queens, and Brooklyn, where I live, and North Cac. Yeah, I did it. Did I do it in North Cac? Yeah, I did. Yeah, we did. Especially when I was going down there buying all my houses and my yeah, we did. Yeah, because I turned Fritz from Far Rockaway. Shout out to Red Fern Project. Shout out to Far Rockaway. My cousin Fritz, big GMS. Y'all gonna know his story on when it's some celebrity rap stories when I tell my big Fritz GMS from Far Rockaway, Queens. Far Rockaway, if y'all know the DJ GMS, y'all know who I'm talking about, right? So Big Fritz and Z, I turned them on to a lot of what I'm about to bring out. When I was in the street, I was living so much of the life, right? Of the, gangs all around. I could be killed at any time. All the thugs all around. Like you living, drugs, guns. Like I'm living this life all the time. So I would look for outlets that I can have like peace or lightness, L-I-G-H-T, right? So 9 times out of 10, I'll be riding around bumping some R&B, right? I'll be riding around bumping. I remember I turned, that's when it was in North Carolina, 2006. I turned a lot of people on to what's Anthony Hamilton, right? Remember back in 2000, Anthony Hamilton dropped, coming from where I'm from, boom, 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 coming from where I'm from. That be me coming down the street, boom, 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 with the system, and people be like, people be like, yo, what is that? I remember I turned them on, like most people didn't even know who it was. I mean, when it first dropped, before 50 Cent even took the coming from where I'm from beat and rapped over it. I was always on to the that was me, bro. I'm riding around Raheem Devon, right? Yeah, and believe, and like I'm riding around like boom, 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 right? I'm riding around with ain't nobody like yo. When you living that life all the time. Yeah, some Music Soul Child. That crazy, cause I can't leave you alone. Right, I can't sing, right? But I'm like, but you know, my R&B always gotta have like them beats. Like I'm still kind of grimy. It gotta be. But that's what I was listening to 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean? It was not. I was not riding around listening to kill him, shoot him in the head, shoot him, kill him dead. Not when I'm not when I'm living the life of I could be killed, shoot in the head. Every y'all tripping. That's how. No disrespect, but the people who actually really live it, they don't want to be immersed in it outside of their real. Like anytime they can get an escape, they chilling. You understand? They trying to be in chill mode. Less is more. Whole fact. So anyway, I just had to get that disclaimer because I know somebody like, you liked Happy? Yeah, I liked Happy. And I'm happy. I know, it's because I like the beats and stuff, and it was like happy, bro. I needed happy in my life. I'm so sorry. If y'all don't need Keith Sweat, I got Keith Sweat all in my how doom doom boom boom doom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's how my system, that's how the speakers go. Boom. So I come down the street, 1 o'clock at night, people out at the park playing ball. If it's summertime, people, you know, the drug boys on the corner, and you see a truck come up the street or a Benz come up the street, all the way down, you can hear it vibrating the doggone cement. Boom, 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 boom. That's how deep is your love. Boom, 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 boom. How deep is your love? Boom, boom. He said, boom, 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 boom. You know, Keith Sweat with his begging butt. Right? Come on, Keith Sweat. I need some. Yo, I ain't playing. I never play. People love it too. I come down the street, you see people like this. Right? I pull up at the gas station, you see people at the gas station like, oh, this joint, you be rocking every time I see you. Yeah, ain't nobody got time for no, kill him, dead, Arnett. Shoot him in the head, and bust him in the head. I know I'm talking old songs because this was back then, right? Ain't nobody got time for all that. I ain't got time for all that. I need to hear some chill out music, okay? All right, I just need to get that disclaimer. So y'all like, Unc tripping. Unc said, you know, Unc said he was in that life back there in the crack era. He was in that life in the 90s and all that. What are you talking about? He liked the song Happy. He ain't supposed to like no. Yes, I do. I need all the happiness I can get in my life. Y'all done lost your private mind. My whole life was unhappy. I'm sitting up here, gotta take back streets home and got cameras all in my house because the stick-up kids to try to follow me home and making sure the police ain't on. Man, I can't, man. Yeah, I ain't enjoy all that life. That's why you don't sell no drugs, guys. You know, it ain't no life to live. You think you're gonna enjoy the money. Only way you're really gonna fully enjoy the money is if you're a fool. Because when you, keep sweating, crying and begging, right? Boom, 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 boom. Keith Sweat had them jams, though. He had them joints, crying and whining all over the song. He said it's the king of the whining. Before the whinings and the Wine Brothers, before the Wayne Brothers and the Winans, the religious group, it was Keith Sweat whining all over the track. Right? But Keith Sweat was no joke. All right. So so anyway, let's get to the story. I'm sorry, I didn't talk enough. I didn't talk enough, right? All right. So now, who that over on Facebook? Is that Bilal? Yeah, that's Bilal. All right. So tonight's story. So Pharrell, right? And y'all know Pharrell was like the Nerds. Well, for those who don't know, when they first came out, Pharrell was a dope producer. He had him and an Asian dude, and he's like, you know, he's from VA. Shout out to VA. VA, on this channel, we're gonna be doing a bunch of different stories, but I'm still doing my life, right? So my life ain't nowhere near done yet. There was a time where we went to VA. So if it wasn't for my experience that I firsthand experienced in VA when we went, and I got music from Palomar. Palomar went to VA because Lex Luger was in VA, and Lex took us to VA, and we got songs that I'll be playing. I should have grabbed one tonight. Oh, that's okay. I'll do it when I do my VA story. Blake Burner, he's like, shout out to Nasty Norfolk, Bad News, that's Newport News, Virginia. Yo, this they names that I know this, and he got it on my songs. Blake Burner. He was like, this is Blake Burner. Shout out to Nasty Norfolk, Newport, bad news. That's Newport News and this VA. Now, if I wasn't, honestly, if I would have never had that experience where we went to VA and we was setting up our music, this one with Palace Mob. We was promoting our music. So we was in the clubs in the hood and stuff. And Lex Luger, I don't know how Lex knew. Lex is from the Bronx. And I don't know how Lex knew. No, Lex is from Harlem. Sorry. He was living in the Bronx at the time. Lex is from Harlem. I don't know how Lex knew all them. I think he went to, I don't know. Lex had his boys. There was a bunch of them in the hood. Right? And so we went, I'm going to tell the story on this channel one time. So we was in VA. We was in, where was it? It wasn't Virginia Beach. It was either, it wasn't, I think it was, wow, I can't, sorry, I got a little blank, guys. It wasn't Norfolk. It definitely wasn't Virginia Beach. It was, must have been, I don't think if it was Bad News, Newport News. It was one of the most known ones. It might come to me. Maybe it was Norfolk. I don't remember. Maybe it'll come to me when I tell the story. But anyway, that if I didn't experience that one-on-one, I wouldn't see. This is that New York mentality. I'm sorry. I'm just from New York, and sometimes we just ridiculous with our narcissism. New York we are conditioned that this is the way we used to be anyway. I don't know if they still like that now, but I was conditioned that there's nowhere else that's dangerous but New York. Like, it's the stupidest thing in the world. You go somewhere, get yourself clapped, right? They clap you anywhere, right? But we had to learn that the hard way. And that's what we call going OT. So New Yorkers during the crack era, we started to travel to other states. That's why I was in North Carolina, but I was there to do, not North Carolina. So when I went to North Carolina, no, I was there to do my legit business, open up my clothing store, my real estate. But I got stuff in this story where I went to, where we went to. Was that VA? Where was that? With me and Taste, me and Ty Fields. Ty should be here, his big old head. Me and Taste went to, that was VA. It was the VA. Oh, this was a crazy time. That was crazy. We went, me and Taste went to VA. We call ourselves going OT to set up to sell drugs. Boy, that was a bad experience. Yo, it's so funny because, you know, them people don't like you coming from New York out there to try to set up shop. So anyway, so if it wasn't for my actual experience, shout out to Louis V in the building. Louis V in the building. Gen Pop Connecticut in the building. So if it wasn't for, yo, Louis, I went to Connecticut too. That's how I knew about the Connecticut grimy, Bridgeport and all that. Woo-wee. That's because in New York, guys, we were so narcissistic that we thought everybody else was just soft. Just is what it is. Stupidest thing in the world to think, right? We thought if you were in the South, we thought you was a country bumpkin, right? If you was anywhere else, we thought you was just like soft. We were just mad narcissistic. Because at one time, New York was so crazy when it was back in the 80s and that it was broken glass everywhere. People spitting on the page, no, you just don't care. Melly mailing them, right? Broken glass everywhere. People pissing on the stage, no, it just don't care. The Bronx was burnt down. It was a war zone. It was a time in the 70s, New York looked like Cambodia. It looked like, what? It looked like the Middle East, okay? So coming out of that, all we knew was New York. Right? Until we start, yo, Louis V, until we start going OT to set up shop. Oh, we found out them country boys. We found out them boys in Connecticut. We found out them boys everywhere. It was on and popping. It was like you had to adjust and survive, you heard? And that's what I did, right? So anyway, if it wasn't for, he said, shout out to the Bridge, Homicide Hartford, hard hitting NB, shout it out. All right, there you go. All right, yeah, it's still, so I mean, it's still broken down everywhere. Shout out to the Bronx. All right, so now, honestly, if I didn't experience Virginia VA firsthand, I would have been like, man, the Clipse, these dudes, these are the Clipse. So Pharrell put these two dudes on the rappers. I'm just saying this for those who don't know. Y'all, most people 25 to life, y'all know who these is, right? So the Clipse, and they rap nothing but, especially this is Pusha T and Malice. They look like twins, but they brothers, right? And Pusha T talks about nothing but cocaine, nothing but drugs, right? And they got the best. I think Pusha T got some of the best cocaine rap of all. I think that's what title they get. That honestly, for the Clipse got the best cocaine rap of the history of rap. I will give them that. Some people think they're the best rap group. I don't believe that. That to me, they're not the best rap duo. They're a great duo. I ain't listened to too many of their albums, you know, because I wasn't trying to be listening to nobody talk about cocaine when I'm surrounded by is cocaine and I'm selling all the boom, 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 boom. I'm listening to somebody singing. I need some love in my life. You heard? I'm not about to ride around listening to cocaine. All I got is cocaine all around me. All I'm living is cocaine. I'm bagging up cocaine with gloves. What's the name? And I got the little gloves and I'm the cocaine all in my paws and crack so it don't go in your fingers and stuff. Yeah, I ain't about trying to be listening to no Pusha T, Pusha, the Pusha man. Only Pusha I'm gonna listen to is Curtis Mayfield. I'm your Pusha man. Boom, 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 boom. Cause I listen to old school too. Don't get it twisted, right? Listen to me some Isley Brothers in a minute. You heard? I listen to some old school hot stuff, long as it's hot, right? So anyway, no, I was riding around listening to Pusha man. Boom, 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 boom. Y'all know about Curtis Mayfield. If y'all youngsters, y'all know about no Curtis Mayfield. Google it. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm your trigger, older, some sister, older Maddie. I got coke, I got weed. I made a rap song for Pusha man. It was hot too. I got coke, I got weed. What you need? I know me, I'm your friend. I'm sorry, I'm just tripping. All right, let me get focused. Let me get to the story. So, the Clipse, some of the dopest coke music. They're just coke. That's all. Pusha T and rapped about coke. This one right here. 9,000 million different times. And each way he did a great job at it, right? Very artistic and if I would, a million different ways to describe cocaine scenarios, right? Selling it, sniffing, whatever, right? He'd be like, I'm the coke man. He rhymed like he a little pimp. So I'm the coke man. Mr. Coke man, do this with the coke and he flip it and do this and coke in your veins and make your brain go faint, right? He just be smooth little pusher. Now his brother, he got saved by God. That's the crazy stuff. Pusha still right now, still cocaine in the brain, in the membrane. Probably ain't sold coke in 40 years. Sorry, he ain't sold coke in 40 years. But he still said that's his trademark though, right? He got a product to sell, music. He got coke music. That's his sell. You staying in his lane. Ain't no, new kids, they be smoking coke now. These little kids, they sniffing coke and stuff. Kids crazy. They putting fit in there. Don't be sniffing your coke, girl. Don't be sniffing nothing. I learned the kids is crushing up pills, right? They crushing up pills and sniffing that. Kids sniffing everything. They sniffing salt, bath salts, and kids are crazy. I think these kids today, they think everything's supposed to go up their nose. You know how when you, I'm sorry, I'm being stupid, yo. I miss y'all. 25 to life. Let's go. You know how kids, I'm going to get to the story. I know I'm taking up time because it's a long one tonight. I'm going to wish I would have started earlier. But we got to have fun at 25 to life. Otherwise, we just another boring, street channel. That's what this channel make it different, right? So, you know how when you're a little kid, right, when you're a little baby, the first thing you do is everything go in the baby mouth. For those who raise kids, right? Most of us, we all do. We got kids, right? For the youngsters, y'all learn this when you get kids, right? The first thing when you got a little kid, everything goes into a kid's mouth. Everything. Anything he touch goes to the mouth. The mouth is the way that the kid discerns how, it's like his senses is in his mouth. A kid, a little baby. That's everything. You got to watch him. Don't put that in your mouth. Everything goes to the mouth, right? That's what these kids today, I think that everything go to their nose. that they just think they got to sniff everything. Anything that you give them, maybe, like, let's say if you give a teenager today a pen, they'd be like, okay, what if we break this pen up and smash it down and grind it up into little, and then I wonder what that'll do. I sniff the pen. What would it do? These kids are crazy. That's why they nuts. They sniffing everything. Get stuff ain't for anything that's supposed to go in your nose, teenagers. Get that stuff out your nose. What's wrong with y'all? Sniffing up egg. That's why y'all nuts. That's why you're half crazy. They don't got no memory no more. These kids done burnt themselves out by 20. You think I'm lying? I know, because I minister. I minister people all over the world. We got a ministry, this channel. So I minister to hundreds of people all over the world. And these 18-year-olds and 19, 20-year-olds, I'm like, how is your memory shot? You only 18. You ain't, they can't remember nothing. And then some of them, I think it was the drugs I did when I was in high school. What kind of drugs did y'all do? Well, Unc, we be sniffing everything. We crunch up this and sniff it. Who's sniffing pills? What the? Oh my goodness. All right, so let me stop digressing. Only thing we did was we might have sniffed some coke. I didn't like it too much because it burnt my thing. It burnt my nose and had my eyes watering and stuff. I didn't like the coke. I tried, because it was cool back in the 80s, right? So unique, my boys, they would sniff that coke and then they would do a line. Oh my goodness. And then it's like you're a punk if you couldn't do it, right? So we put a line of it, and I hated the line because it's the more, like, I hate it when you just put a little, because it burns, it go right up to my thing, and my eye go like this, and it just burning me, and right, but you're trying to act tough, right? Because, you're a punk, right? You're like, so then we was in high school, and they used to put a line, oh my goodness, and then the line, you got to take a straw and go, and sniff the whole, oh my goodness, I hated it, bro. That's why I was like, all right, enough. I can't front. I can't front no more, Bilal. I can't front no more. I'm good with the coke, bro. I can't sniff the thing. And then it didn't do nothing to me. And praise the Most High, it didn't do nothing to me. I didn't understand. That was the Most High saving me. That it didn't get me high. I didn't feel nothing. The only thing I felt was numb out your mind. Everything was numb, and then the drip that go down the back of your throat, numb, right? So I learned that I could just take the cocaine and put on my finger, and I could numb myself. I'll be like, well, I don't got to go that other way, because it's burning me, bro. Burning eye all water and stuff. I'm trying to act like, all right, now, this is no good. Don't sniff no, right? And then some of my people got addicted for life, bro. They still sniff it today, bro. I mean, that's not cool. And ain't no telling what it do to your brain, bro. So anyway, all right, so let's get started. So the Clipse, where was that? Oh, so Pusha T. So at first they was both, they both were wearing the drugs and cocaine. They rhyme me cocaine rap pimps. That's the way they rhyme. Pretty dope. Y'all might have heard the song Grinding. That's the joint. That beat is one of the best beats in hip hop, right? Grinding. Right? Grinding was dope, right? That was one of the hits. All right. Yeah, that's why I smoke weed too. All right. So later on in life, I guess this one, Malice, he found God somewhere. He found Jesus. I'm glad he did. I'm laughing, but I'm glad he did. He need to come out to the cocaine. Pusha need to find his Pusha's Jesus' cocaine. Right? He's rap about. So anyway, they are from VA, and they same neighborhood. And that's what I was saying at the beginning. I would have thought that when they came out, was I in VA? I don't know. I would have thought, like, man, these VA dudes talking about, they don't know nothing about no coke, right? That's that New York arrogance, stupio, right? Man, these VA, they from Virginia, right? Yeah. Let me tell y'all, I'm going to tell y'all on my story. Shout out to VA. I ain't talking about Richmond. Richmond's a whole nother beast. I'm talking about Norfolk, Hampton. I'm talking about Newport News. I'm talking about Portsmouth, Virginia Beach. Now, I knew about Virginia Beach because we went there for the Virginia Beach kind of Greek Fest thing, right? But that's another story, right? But we still thought it's just a tourist town. We know nothing about we go there, have our fun, and leave. But when I was in VA, I got to see the real VA. I mean, the hood. I went to, because we was promoting Palace Mall. So the VA Lex Luger goons, they had a house and everything, and we went to the party. We went to the club. Oh yeah. VA gets it in. I ain't. It just is what I wouldn't have believed it if I ain't see it. Them boys, they remind me of because we went to was that Philadelphia too, in Jersey, the South Jersey by Philadelphia. Oh, I went to what's the name too, Trenton. Ooh, but I'm gonna do these stories on this channel. I got so many stories, bro. So anyway, the VA, that part, I think we was in, I don't remember where we was at, bro. North, I don't know, nasty Norfolk, I don't know. We was in one of them too. I'll figure it out. But they reminded me of the way Philly was at that time. They had the big beards like the Muslims, like Ox. Yo, Ox, the big beards. And most of them dudes was kind of big, right? It was kind of big. But it was gang gang. Yeah, I went to Camden too, Trenton. It was gang gang, facts. They was official. Facts. I witnessed it. I witnessed them tear up the club. I witnessed we had to get in the Escalade and we almost got it on. But my man Lex, it was enough of them. So we had like 15 VA dudes with us. Because it was Palace Mob. It was me, Lex, I think E-Banger. I don't know if Reynolds was with us. Right? It was about 4 or 5 of us in my Escalade that came down. But we had, Lex knew his boys, so it was about 15, 20 of them. So we went to the club about 30 deep. Let me tell you something, we needed all 30 of us in that club. I was like, man, if we would have been in here with just us 5, it would have been on and popping. We had to cut our way, my razor blades, my ox. We had to ock our way out that club. I said, okay, VA, I'm picking up what you putting down. So, and what I'm saying is, if I wouldn't have known this, I wouldn't have I saw a video tornadoes. Man, the Most High cover all of y'all that's messing with tornado season. May He cover your houses, everybody. Hope y'all praise the Most High. May His favor, grace, and mercy cover you and your loved ones. Anybody facing bad weather around the world. All right. So now because I experienced it, then I know. I ain't no foolio, but now I'm not stupid no more. I know anywhere can be ghetto. So I don't care where you from. You could be from the most. Because I remember back in the days, they had that. Remember, it was a video back in the days about banging in Little Rock, Arkansas. Oh my goodness. Now that's how you know. That's when we knew that I knew that I'm tripping, thinking only New York is rough, right? I'm like, Little Rock, Arkansas. They banging in Arkansas? Oh, you might as well forget it then. It's where in the world. Just don't get you're gonna get yourself in trouble. Thinking it's a game, right? So anyway, I learned. I learned quick. So Pharrell got his a record deal. He got in the industry. He was a nerd in VA. Went to school, played in the band, all that. Kind of skateboard. That's why he called himself a little skateboard P. That's what's a Snoop Dogg dropping like it's hard. That used to be the jam too. Y'all remember that? Boom, boom, boom. Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. He said, before you mess with little skateboard P. Boom, boom. Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. That used to be the jam. Don't front. Y'all know that used to be the jam, right? Boom, boom. Because I like the beats. Boom. I wish I knew how to go. I just know Snoop's little stupid butt. Snoop Dogg little skinny butt. Drop it like it's hard. Boom, boom. That was a jam, right? All right. I know y'all know what I'm talking. Because anything I got that boom, 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 I'm knocking that in my truck and my Benz. It's going like boom, boom, boom. Drop it like it's hard. Yeah. All right. So anyway, let me get to the story. So Pharrell, he had the nerd. So once he got comfortable, he started letting his nerd out, right? Skateboard and all that. I'm very okay with a person being themselves, right? Everybody ain't supposed to be thug. Pharrell be lying if he got on there talking about cocaine. I'm your pusher cocaine. He'd be like, you little skateboard boy, ain't you the little dude that was at the skateboard park? Little Pharrell. I know you, Pharrell. Stop lying, right? Pharrell, sit your little butt down. So I ain't mad at nobody being unapologetically them, right? So once Pharrell got on, he put his hood on. He put his boys on. right? So he put the Clipse on, them two. And, you know, they blew up and everything. Now the Clipse, once they got on, they putting on VA. So they really put Pharrell and the Clipse in them. They really put VA in the map. So we had Teddy Riley had moved there, and I think that's how Pharrell got on messing around with Teddy Riley. Teddy Riley's from Harlem, but he had moved to VA when he got all his money, and so he was, you know, shouting out. He put on some of the VA. That's where you get Rump Shaker. I think Pharrell made that beat too, Rump Shaker. That was jam too. Baby one, baby two. That was a jam, Rump Shaker, and no one else was a jam. No Diggity. Boom, 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 boom. That was a that was the jam. No, I would come down to let me get down. What? You done lost your mind. Boy, yeah, boy, I know some. I put that in my playlist in a minute. You think I don't stay all in spiritual land all the time. I gotta come out of her. Now, ain't too much curses on that music either. I got to get down. I'll be sitting right here working on my ministry stuff and my favorite. Better get down. I'm working. Y'all sometimes y'all gotta come out of religious land. Well, I do, because I'm all in the spirit. So sometimes I got to come back into the, I got to be in the world, but not of the world. I can't be all in some spiritual land, right? Nobody can't identify with me. That's hot in here. All right, so anyway, right? I'm serious. I'm like, they throwing me back, y'all. They throwing me back, right? So that's a Pharrell got on, right? Rum Shaker and all that, right? So anyway, so they put on the Clipse and everything, and then the Clipse. So VA, I've been there, so I know the drug marketing because I've been there. I seen it firsthand. Right? So when we went to the club, those dudes, a lot of them was in college, some of Lex Luger's boys, and those college boys be wild, right? Because I went through my college. I ain't never been to college, but I went through the area in New York when we were doing the college parties. And those college boys they be wild with the fraternity and frat boys and stuff. Them things get crazy. So I remember they was looking for all type of coke, right? The VA, because we was going to the Lex Luger's VA boys. They wanted to get high as we go to the party, and I'm like, I ain't, let's try and tell me. I'm like, I ain't, no, I ain't got none. Right? So Lex like, yo, rah. Now, I was the type when I used to sell drugs, I don't just sell to you. You can't just be letting nobody know I got drugs. I was at that point, I was trying to come out of it and switch legit. Right? So don't be, we in VA and we meeting all your people, and all of a sudden these people, I don't even know these people, they start asking for, yo, we gotta go somewhere to try to get some drugs. You go, well, I got all the coke. Don't be, I'll be like, yo, but what the hell? Pardon my language. I'm like, yo, what are you doing, bro? Don't be telling nobody. I don't know, these people be feds. These people could be anybody, snitches. These people, you could have told this fool I got coke, and now I sell him some coke, and he go up the street and get pulled over by a cop. He don't know me. He don't give a crap about me. He gonna snitch. Nah, I was never like that, even in the streets. You got to be hooked up, connected to get to me. I don't know nothing. I don't sell nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't even know what cocaine is. Cocaine what? I don't know what cocaine is. I don't even know what that is. What is that? I don't know nothing. I got to know you, bro, and I got to know you store official. That's how I got set up. Let my guard down. Someone took me up with someone, and that lady from Roosevelt. Y'all remember the story on the channel where her husband set me up, and I knew not to mess with that lady and her husband. He was a snitch for Nassau County Police, Roosevelt Strong Arm. That's how I got set up, messing around with people. It was hard to get a connect with me. I ain't selling you nothing. I don't even sell nothing. Sell what? I sell you some real estate. I said, you need a haircut? I got the barber shop. Even before that, before I even had my businesses, I ain't had nothing to sell. Yeah, everybody a threat, Donna. Y'all, I don't trust you. You know why, guys? Because you can be okay, cool with me right now and go up the street and get pulled over. And that's, they talk about you going to get 15 years for that. And you be like, I'm sure enough about to tell on him. I don't give a crap about him. People be telling on their mama. They ain't built to this. That's why y'all need to stay out of that drug life. Everybody ain't built for that. I took my 15 to life. I took my 25 to life right on the head, and I'll still be there right now if it wasn't for the Most High of all things, the creator of all things. If it wasn't for my Abba, yeah, I'll still be there right now. I wouldn't be right here on no YouTube unless I be somewhere in jail or sneaking some type of phone. I probably would have a phone in jail because I was hustler. I'd probably be in there sleeping in a little Instagram. Yo, I'm from live over here in where I'm at in Coxsackie. hopefully I won't be still in the A Max by this time, right? Somewhere. Nah, man. All right. So anyway, let me get to the story. So Dadian said our apartment got raided a couple of times because someone snitched on my stepdad. Come on, that's what I'm talking about. When you in that life, you don't trust nobody, man. Man. So anyway, so once the Clipse got on and Pharrell, they blew up VA. So they got record deals and everything. And then this dude right here, he was a drug dealer in their neighborhood. And this dude, he did 32 years in prison. And he's home now. But now he's like, is he snitching on them? I'm like, bro. So we about to ride this. So look at the next thumbnail. It says, snitched on the Clipse. Is the feds coming? Because y'all got to understand, social media, I don't know what has got these black people telling everything. Why? I mean, the best thing Hasatan the devil ever did was give black people social media. Because the fans ain't got to do nothing. All they got to do is sit back and watch YouTube. These black people telling on themselves. Okay? They telling everything. All right? I'm like, why are black people snitch? It's like you get them in front of a mic and just interview you, and they telling you everything. So this dude right here, he done did 32, well, we're gonna get to that tonight, right? But 32 years, right? And now he home, and he just a telling, he just a tattle telling, and he's saying stuff about the Clipse and Pharrell and them, and I'm like, ooh, bro, stop telling. I'm so glad the Most High did not let my record deals go through. I'm so glad. Thank you, Father, because ain't no telling what. I would be blowed up because I was going to be one of the greatest, right? I would be blowed up all over. And next thing you know, here come these people out the woodworks. Yeah, like my 25 to life stories. I'm telling shout out to Kevin Knight in the building. Yo, Kev, I'm telling my 25 to life stories as my testimony. I didn't serve my time. I always say I serve all the time for the crimes committed, and it's a testament to my life trials and tribulations and how the Most High saved my life at the end. Bro, I'm supposed to still be in my 25 to life bid right now. The Most High gave me a second chance. Yo, this crazy. They snitching on each other. Shout out to Justo. Yeah, Bilal, they looking for a come up on Instagram. Yo, so this dude is now, y'all about to hear, let's get into the story. Introducing Tony, I think his name Hernandez. And the Clipse made him their manager for the rap group. So he was the manager, but he was also a drug dealer in VA. He got knocked, and now he's home, and he's telling all the stories that could implicate. Now, y'all got to understand, the feds be watching stuff, and there's certain things that have a statute of limitations. But I don't play on this channel. I don't play with people's lives and their names. So whenever I'm telling a story about someone else, if they ain't dead, if they dead, it's free game, right? Because you can't lock up a dead man, right? If they not dead and they didn't give me permission, I change the name. Facts. I changed the name. The story is true, but you ain't about to be, I ain't giving nobody no breadcrumb to nobody who, man, I'm sorry, bro. Now, little stuff, like when we was stealing, like, okay, when we was boosters, right? Me, 40 Deuce and us, That's stealing. Okay, I could tell a story, me and 40 and all of us, we're going to tell more. We used to boost out of Busy Bee Mall, Roosevelt Field Mall, Green Acres Mall, Albee Square Mall, all these malls. We go everywhere and we boosting a thing. I was doing my booster. Booster means stealing, stealing like clothes, like a bunch of, we steal everything. 40 was the dude, 40 Deuce was the man. Shout out to 40, right? So I do that and say 40 because that's just ain't no statute. They gonna come lock us up for stealing a shirt in 1990, right? I understand that, but once you start dealing with drugs, I definitely ain't doing it when there's people doing murders and crap. I don't. But once you start dealing with these high level crimes, I'm good. I'm not saying your name. I'm just not implicated. I'm not built like that. Oh, A&S. Oh, come on, Bilal. I remember one time we went to A&S. Remember the door by what's the name? The one that faces Terrace Avenue over there. We took the back when Adidas. No, let me save the story. These are stories on the channel. Let me say the stories. All right. Shout out Kevin Knight, says first time here. Delara Shah introduced me here. All right, salute, brother Kevin Knight. All right, so now let's get to the story. This dude did 32 years, and now he's home, and he's telling stuff about the Clipse and Pharrell and them. Let's see, what do y'all think is going on? What say you, 25 to Life Testimony TV family? Here we go. Stop sharing. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Present, share screen. We do not own the rights to this video. This is for reactionary purposes and education purposes. Do not do none of this, children at home. Do not live this life. All right, let me make that smaller. Okay, I can still see the chat. Let me see if I make it a little bigger. Oh, let me see something. Let's make it bigger. Did that get bigger? Right? Yeah, I guess it did. Yeah, it did. All right. I can leave the 25 to life up there. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect for reactionary education purposes only. Let's see what's happening with this. Fair use. Thank you. Laria. Here we go.
The reason that you stuck out when you emailed me is because you were like, hey, I used to roll with these guys that you probably know. And the Clipse is interesting. They, for sure, as much rap as I consumed and like middle class, middle American, mostly white people consumed, was this like drug rap, cocaine rap. But I think
the first thing I want to point out is this is where these black people are making the biggest mistake. They go onto these channels and you hear what the little white dude said. He said middle America, suburban white kids. He said they liked it, the cocaine rap, the drug rap, right? So this dude, he came home and he goes on and they tell everything to these people. And I'm like, bro, it's a lot of implicating yourself. I don't know, bro. This is some crazy stuff right here. But anyway, let's continue.
the reason that you stuck out when you emailed me is because you were like, hey, I used to roll with these guys that you probably know. And the Clipse is interesting. They, for sure, as much rap as I consumed and like middle class, middle American, mostly white people consumed, was this like drug rap, cocaine rap. But I think the Clipse came along and you could tell that these guys had really lived it.
Definitely.
Unlike most rappers that just rap about what they see or they saw other people from the neighborhood doing. Malice and Pusha T really were with it.
Definitely.
And they would always reference these cats they came up with, and you were one of those guys.
Yeah.
And I knew their rap so well. I was like, oh, this is Tony. I miss my Tony.
Yeah.
I hope you snitches burn in hell.
Yeah. Fact.
So you're from this environment. You're from Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
People forget when they hear Virginia, they think DC or, you know, one of these like fake colonial towns.
Yeah.
They forget that it's grimy and it's drug infested. So tell us about like how growing up was like.
Oh man, growing up was like.
And that's what I meant at the beginning. Because I experienced it, I wouldn't have thought that. But yeah, it is. With houses and everything, it gets down. Shout out to Hanya in the building.
like The Wire, but with cocaine. Because, you know, with heroin, that was a Portsmouth thing.
A what?
There was so in Virginia, we call it the 7 cities. So you got Portsmouth, Suffolk, Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Hampton, Newport News, and Suffolk, which make up the 7 cities.
Right.
Right. So like back then, it was, if you were selling heroin, you already knew, oh, it came from P-Town, it came from Portsmouth, or it came from Norfolk, because Norfolk used to do it too. But like Virginia Beach, no, man, you gone forever. If you thought about selling that beige, in Virginia Beach, you gone. So, so I grew up around like knowing that all the adults were sniffing cocaine, but it was a thing of, it was normal, smoking weed, but I used to love sports, so I grew up playing sports like all the.
That was a fact. So he's talking about when he grew up, he in the 80s and stuff. He's like all the adults and stuff were sniffing coke, smoking weed and stuff. It was normal. That's a fact. The conditions that pushed these drugs into the so-called black neighborhood, it became a normal life. For drug abuse was normal. That's the most abnormal statement that you could make. You could see the desecration of a civilization of people. We didn't bring no barges of cocaine. We had nothing to do with all the liquor, cocaine, crack, heroin that was pumped into our neighborhoods and churches on every corner. You heard? More drug, religion. You heard? All right. So that he's correct. Some of the stuff that this man is going to be talking about, I identify with because I was born into it. That's all I knew. I was born in the projects. I was born seeing junkies. I was born I started smoking weed at 11 years old and I started selling drugs at 12. You heard? 12 years old. So all I know, that's all I knew. I'm not making no excuse for it. It's just all I knew. Okay? Yes, a lot of nice areas, but you have to be careful. Don't sleep on it. I agree, Yadon. Not a lot of nice stuff, but they got some grimy stuff too. I seen it firsthand.
Okay.
You're half Puerto Rican?
Yeah, half Puerto Rican.
Dad is the Puerto Rican?
Yeah.
Okay. And mom is black?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any elders, family members in the game?
Yeah, my whole family.
Can you tell us about that?
So my aunts all married guys in the service. Puerto Ricans, Panamanians, so it was always Spanish, something going on in the house. And I'm like, okay. So my aunt, she had married a Panamanian. And he kind of was back in the day, you seen Paid in Full.
Oh, of course.
So you know how they had the Audis and so that was him. But he had the velour suits and,
right.
And then, he used to run with guys, like Drew. He was more Americanized, as far as Drew, because, he was from here, and he used to be dressed with the Nike suits and stuff like that. So it was kind of like
He talking about the 80s. That was me. The big Nike suits, fila, velour suits, big chains and stuff. Yeah, that's the 80s.
yin and a yang thing,
right.
With them. But yeah, I grew up around it.
Huh. Interesting. So they married into kind of drug.
Yeah.
Drug trafficking.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then I was realizing that my uncle, he was the one, the one from Panama, he was the one who was hitting everybody else in the family. And my mother was actually working for him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So he was bringing in coke and giving it to your family for them to.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long did it take you? Well,
I heard him said his mother was working for his uncle and the whole family selling drugs. So that's how they say you got it honestly. It's we got sin, this level of sin, honestly, some of us. I was born into it. It's all I knew. It's all I grew up around. My grandmother didn't do it, but every minute I walk out that door, my project door, drugs, that's all it was. Drugs, killing, lying, cheating's the sin, right? Okay. Now, shout out to mathematics in the building. So he said his mama worked for his uncle as well. So this dude, I mean, did he have a real chance, right? At some point, like, do you got even a shot at being normal? Kind of no, honestly. All right, let me go back just a little bit. There we go.
Yeah.
Wow. So he was bringing in coke and giving it to your family for them to.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long did it take you? Well, first of all, when did you first go on the corner?
So how I end up on the corner, I had a cousin down the street.
Right.
But I had a cousin. His name was Tony Cameron. Stayed down in the Southgate. We call that Southgate 1. In the middle.
Now, the first thing I wanted to point out is stop saying people names, bro. Why did you just, he said I has a cousin, his name Tony Cameron. What the? See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. This is like, what is wrong with black people, bro? It's like, bro, come on. You could have just said, I had a cousin and just told his story. Why did you have to tell this man's name? You just, oh my God. I hope, not that I hope he dead, but, right? You just snitched on your cousin, right? Like, come on, bro. All right, let's go.
That Southgate 1. In the middle.
Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
To your family for them to.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long did it take you? Well, first of all, when did you first go on the corner?
So how I end up on the corner, I had a cousin down the street.
Right.
But I had a cousin. His name was Tony Cameron. Stayed down in the Southgate. We call that Southgate 1. In the middle was Southgate 2. I stayed on Southgate 3 with my grandma because I wanted to go to school out here instead of out Twin Canal, out the Green Run area. So one day my brother, he used to go in my uncle's closet and steal remember when I told you about the red things? So he used to steal them and he used to bring it to me. So I'm like, man, I don't know what to do.
So I clipped stuff so it don't be too long and boring. So he said his uncle, his dad, they used to have cocaine, he said, wrapped up in little plastic, and they used to put little red ties around it. So that's why he said, remember I told you little red things? So he said his brother went to the closet, I guess stole the cocaine packages.
Steal them. And he used to bring, out of the Green Run area. So one day my brother, he used to go in my uncle's closet and steal remember when I told you about the red things? So he used to steal them and he used to bring it to me. So I'm like, man, I don't know what to do with this, right?
Yeah.
So I ended up going down to see my cousin, Tony Cameron. Because I knew, like, for us being down there playing football and all that, like, he was like wow, but he was real good in sport, in all kinds of sports he was good in, but he just didn't go to school. So he was down there. I remember when he was saying what he was doing and, I got my first this and that. So I'm like, all right. So I said, well, let me go down here. So I go take it to him. He buys it from me, right? Probably like $60 or something. But you gotta imagine, I'm like 15, junior high, junior high. So he says, so we do it a couple of times.
It's 1 gram.
I didn't know.
Just one bag, right?
No, there's a couple of them. Probably like 2, 3, So when he cook it up, I don't know what it is. Like,
right.
So he's telling me, oh yeah, I give you this for it. I give you that for it. Probably on like the 3rd or 4th try, I take it down there to him. And he said, man, I got some right now. Man, I can't do nothing with it, but you can, I'll still cook it up for you because they had to cook it up. That was the whole thing.
Yeah.
So he says, I cook it up for you, but I can't do nothing with it. So I'm like, man. As I'm leaving, I get stopped by one of the fiends who was going to him. I don't want to say his name, but he's still around. So he tells me, so I tell him, I'm like, hey man, let me holler at you. So he's like, yo, what you got? So I tell him, show it to him. He ended up tricking it and swapping whatever he had in his mouth and give me some fake stuff.
Wow.
I go out based on my first sale that I make is bad stuff. I don't know. So I'm like, no, I'm telling you, like, I just got this cooked up. Like, so they end up even getting it back to me. That's how I'm like, oh yeah, I know it's fake. If a fiend give it back to you, so I take it and I go back to my cousin like, yo, this what you saying? He was like, nah, you got. I was like, how? So I explained it to him. He was like, yeah, he take it. He switched it on.
Just crackhead.
So crackhead, he got. He trying to be a hustler, sell some drugs, and the crackhead then switched it on him, right? The crackhead then switched the fake crack in his mouth, took his real one and gave it back to him. All right, so he got right off the rip trying to hustle. All right.
Tricks, bro.
Yeah.
The sleight of hand.
Yeah. So my
sleight
first
of
sale,
tongue.
so my first sale was I got beat.
So you were basically stealing coke from your uncle and selling it to your cousin. That's how you got in the game.
Yep.
And then and you got put on the crack when he cooked it up for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're on the corner, not just selling to your family. Now you're hustling to fiends.
Yeah. It ended up coming to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
And was it like a corner game? Like, when we think of crack selling.
Yeah, we run in the cars. So the thing, you had to run, like, it was like, it started off who was the fastest to actually get there. So I was the fastest. I was in the sports and stuff, so I get there before. But then it came to the point they was running, because I'm giving out more.
So he's talking about the crack era probably in the late 80s, because he's younger than me. And when the crack was in the streets in the 80s, right? Because it left New York City in like the 80s, the crack stuff, and just flood, because the epidemic was totally condensed in New York City. All right. The free base, where they made with a serpent seed, meaning the dark spirit, the devils in the world, came up with this concoction to put on the people of the book. Right? For those who don't know, y'all don't know who you are. Most of you blacks don't know who you are, right? I was conditioned, right? So anyway, and shout out to the other nations who are waking up to who you are as well. So when they first created this from the cocoa plant, cocoa plant, that's cocaine leaf, right? The other poppy plant is heroin. But when they first created this beast of manipulating the cocaine, that was in California with ether, and they made something called freebase. For those who don't know how crack got started, it was called base. That's why when crack first got started, there was no such thing as crack. Everybody listen, there was no such thing as crack. We called them base heads. There was no such thing as a crackhead. Yes, there was a time on this earth when there was no such thing as a crackhead. There was a time before it was even a crack, period, even freebase. There was just cocaine, okay? So, and I was living through all this. I seen this thing come. When base first came, it was too hard because you needed to have lye, and it was like a chemical. It's kind of like making meth. You could get blowed up. You could blow up. That's where the Richard Pryor, where he got blowed up on fire and all that stuff. That was in California with a serpent seed. The devils in the world came up with this concoction called freebase, okay? And we called them, it was freebase. It came to New York, I guess from Cali. And yeah, base, how low can you go? Facts, okay? I'll get there in a second, Donnie, y'all. So it was freebase. I'm gonna tell some of those stories. I got the craziest stories from this era. I'm gonna tell them on this channel. I'm gonna get back to telling my stories. I got so many chapters of my life, right? But that era when it was freebase was crazy, because this is when it was first introduced. So all of our moms, dads, uncles, aunts, school teachers, some people were strung out on heroin, but heroin was a functioning, they could function. Like a lot of the heroin addicts could still function, right? They would need their fixes, but they could still hold jobs and do stuff. And it wasn't as prevalent as, so it was like the serpent seed, the devils, they was like, okay, we destroyed a lot of the black community, because that's who it was geared towards with the heroin, but that wasn't enough. They're still functioning. They wanted to annihilate, and they came up with the greatest of what I call devil, a devil in the form of a product that you can ingest into your body. And so they took the cocaine, because by the time the cocaine started to flood, cocaine was expensive. So cocaine was what white people drug, right? It was a rich, white people, Hollywood, it was white people stuff. So the cocaine did enough damage, but the heroin was really where they got us, right? The heroin made them into junkies, right? This the 70s, this the 60s and the 70s. Because coming out of the 50s, our people were straight. Okay, this is the Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all that. Our people, so they took the men out of the homes and they broke it up. All these are institutions. Okay, what they call segregation, integration, all this stuff. This is all works of the devil, the adversaries to destroy a group of people, a set apart people. Facts. Even I don't care if you don't know who you are. All right. Now they know who you are. You heard, and that's why it's implemented. So, as well as the prison industrial system. So anyway, they the free base, once they took, so what these chemists, these devils, these 13 bloodline family, what you might call Illuminati, what you might call the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, right? They was always looking for more and more ways to destroy the people of the book. These black people who don't know who they are, whose they are, these people group. It's always condensed at this people group to keep them to, it's literally not just to keep them at the bottom, it wanted to annihilate. What they call that when you exterminate, what's the name? Well, exterminate is a good enough word, right? But I was looking for the word when they do that word, when they conquer a whole people and wipe them all out. I can't think of it. All right, so anyway, so they would always trying to find ways, and so they found one was, I don't know who did it first, manipulating the coke, right? Genocide, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Larry, yeah. To genocide. Nah, not colonize. Colonize is enslaved, but that's part of, that's how they YZ93, that's how they use manipulation of words to like, because colonization is just slavery, but they want to call it colonize. That's why I don't play that. Colonize slavery. I call it what it is, right? But now I was talking about genocide, right? And colonization, slavery is a part of the genocide. So anyway, they would always look for ways to make a product that could just destroy us. If it was up to them, they'll have us just eat something and just all die, right? Just wipe us all out, right? So anyway, so they found out, I don't know, they probably did it in their labs with the chemists and stuff, that they could manipulate this cocaine, right? This product that they already got there, because it already started to infiltrate. The blacks started to sniff cocaine and stuff, but it was still mostly the whites and stuff, rich people drug. But they found out that if they mix it with ether and make this concoction, that it turned the product into some like a condensed form. I call it the devil. It's like smoking the devil, right? It's like ingesting the devil in its more raw state. Like it's like filtering out the devil. Let's say if you like cut, let me say like liquor, right? You water down the liquor, right, to make it weaker. They found out that they can give you the devil raw, uncut, with no chaser, and it was called freebase. But it was too hard to make, and the things that it took to make it cost money. So you had to have the process, to have the ether, and have to have the this and this and this. And that started in Cali, right? And it did its thing. And they realized this is working. But somewhere in these labs, I guarantee you it happened in these labs, these probably military labs and stuff. Somewhere they came up with a way that we can make this cheap, we can make it fast, and we can make it accessible. And somewhere they came up with taking baking soda, and baking soda, a little box of baking soda back in the 70s, in the 80s, well, it's the 80s when they brought this out. In the 80s was only like 5 cents. Like 5 cents. A little, you can get a box of Arm & Hammer baking soda. 5 cents, a nickel. Okay? So cheap as it's all outdoors. With ether, you have to know what you're doing. Baking soda, water, and ice, and fire. Simple. All free. Water come out your tap. Baking soda $5. 5 cents a nickel. And this was the concoction of condensing the devil. Now the crack, for down the yard, the crack came about. So in New York, the base came about, what year was that? Maybe like 80, 81, something. And we was all into hip hop and all that. It's too, maybe like 80, something like 81. The bass came, maybe 82. And then that stayed for a while, maybe a year, 2 years or 3 years, 2 years or something. And then I don't remember who, how, but the crack. Now, they were called bass heads. There was no such thing as a crackhead. Whenever the system found out how they can manipulate the freebase and create it where anybody can make it, but it was still a skill set. You still had to be a chemist. I knew how to cook, right? Most people couldn't cook because you'll lose it all. You have to take this powder cocaine, which costs a lot of money, and put it in water. So imagine you got $1,000 and that's all you got. And this is your $1,000, and you can sell the cocaine and make it. Someone say, I'm gonna take this and put it in water and it's gonna all disappear. You like, bro, no. So you got to put it in water and make it come back and transform it. You got to metamorphosize it. It's a chemical reaction and bring it back into this other substance. So you have to bring it from the physical to the spiritual, right? And then, not physical because it's staying physical, right? Because it doesn't evaporate. It goes into liquid form. So you have to bring it from a solid to a liquid. You have to change its states. And then you have to manipulate the liquid with other chemical compounds with bicodium carbonate, which is the baking soda. And then you have to change the temperature. So you have heat, and then you got to go to ice and cold. And it's the timing and the manipulation. And then you have to have the speed and the rhythm. This is actually chemistry, okay? And you have to have the speed and the agitation of the rotation mixed with the heat and the coldness, mixed with the right amount of bicarbonate, mixed with the right amount, and then you got to bring it back. So you have to take it from a powder form, bring it into a liquid, it turns into a gel, turn it all the way from that gel to straight liquid in the thing, if you're making it the strongest, right? And then put another chemical reaction with ice and coldness and manipulate it, and then it is alchemy, Donna Yas. It's witchcraft, sorcery, and alchemy. It's creating the devil and the product that you're going to give to your people to smoke. Is genocide. And they had us. I was a child. I learned to do this at 13 years old. What I'm telling y'all, and I was one of them. And if you knew this skill set, it was profitable. Okay, so then you, as you heating it and turning it and twisting it, then guys, it starts to take a form it goes from the powder to the liquid to a gel to a thin like film of gel, and then you bring it back, and then it goes from the liquid to a solid. With the manipulation of the cold and the heat and the agitation, it's supposed to rock up, clink up, like clink, 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 clink. So it makes that in the jar. And we used to do it in baby jars, glass. You need a glass jar. And later when you get the big one, you have a Pyrex pot. You have a big, your mom's thing all right? So anyway, so I'm just giving y'all an example of it in the baby jar, right? And you could do it with a lighter too. You could do it with matches. You could do a lighter, little baby jar, and you'd have a rag to wipe the bottom of the jar, because if you get the glass jar too hot, it could crack, and then you lose. If it busts all you can have $500, $600 in that little baby jar going like this, and if it crack, all is gone. It's just liquid in your carpet or so. So you would have to wipe the bottom of the glass to cool it off and get the black soot off it, and then go back to, it's a process, bro. It's a skill set. It's a chemist. It's alchemy. This is what the devils did to teach. Now that y'all, Donna, y'all, as you said, this is alchemy and witchcraft. That's the yo, I knew it back then because I watched what it did to our people. It would turn them into zombies. It was the devil in this manipulation. You were actually bringing forth a spirit of the devil, Hashatan, the adversary in this product. Now, so then once you get it, it's all you got to get it right, because you could, you mess up, you messed up. And then once you keep spinning, then it'll start to come back. So you'll hear him like, she coming back. She coming back. And, people will be watching you because they looking, that's their money. You got people, the fiends that knew how to do it, they'll get paid to cook people's product, right? So this is how crack was created. This is making crack, not freebase. Our elder in our ministry, he's older than me, in California. He used to make freebase. He would be able to say how to do that with ether and stuff. I never did that. That's before it was, when it was freebase, it was only select people in Black in New York that was smoking it, because ain't nobody know. Most people were still doing, you had your heroin addicts, you had cocaine and just weed and stuff, right? And alcoholics and stuff. And then you had your select that started doing this new freebase, and they was base heads, but we didn't have nowhere to really, it wasn't really that exclusive where you could buy it. You have to have a connect that was able to get freebase. So at that point, us in the streets, we wasn't messing with freebase. We would see base heads, right? But it was only select people who were selling to the base heads, and the base heads were zombies. That's our first time seeing death, walking death. It was like crazy skeletons. These people were walking around scratching with sores all over them, base heads. That's why it's called Night of the Living Base Heads from Public Enemy. They would walk around, bro. It was like death walking the streets. Sorry that I'm this is what this channel is. I'm supposed to be doing this story, but that's what this is about. This ain't about, we ain't glorifying, I'm explaining the destruction of a civilization of people. Yeah, they were alive and living, walking dead, and it was a scary thing. So it was something, guys, what I want y'all to understand, that this was a new creation. It was never, ever thought of. So late at night, and I was young, I'm like 12, 13 years old on the streets. I should be in the bed, but this is what I inherited from my being born. I didn't, my parents, they didn't care about me. So I didn't have no, and my grandmother just let me do whatever I wanted. So to see these people, zombies, walking down the street, and it's just like base heads, right? So we would just see base heads. You would just be on guard for the base heads. And base heads start stealing. You could buy stuff from the base heads, right? They come with a TV for, give me $5. give me $10, $20, right? All right, so all that. So base heads. So then when the powers that be, I don't know how they wickedly came up with this crack thing. And I guess they taught somebody how to do it and had them teach some of the Black people, and then it just goes to the hood. So by the time it came to my hood, I don't even remember. I can't even remember where I learned it, who I learned it from. The first instance, I can't even remember that. So anyway, now I remember, this thing. Okay, so this thing base, it was still base. Okay, when it first came, it was still free base. It was called base. They were still base heads. But now we would cook this thing. Now it's a different form because it's free base, but it's made with baking soda. So any of us could do it, right? If you learn the skill set. So then once the ice and everything, it starts to clink. It goes clink, clink, clink in the jar. So as the rocks form and you spinning it, because you got to spin it, it's the rotation of spinning with the heat, the cold, it's a chemical compound, it's a reaction, it's sorcery, facts, it's alchemy. And once you spin it, it starts to rock and form. It'll go clink, and it hits the side of the jar. So as it clink and rock up, clink, 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 and you want it to rock up. And the harder it rock up, and the more it rock up, the harder, the better the cocaine was, right? So what it's doing, guys, is it's filtering out all the impurities in the coke. So if the cocaine wasn't pure, then all of the mess, right? All of the bad stuff that was in the cocaine is going to be left in the bottom of the water. It's not going, so you're going to have less product. So let's say if you got $100 of powder cocaine, right? And then if you cook that up and it's good, the cocaine was pure, well, I could make you get more. You can make it get more by using baking soda. I could in my past when I used to be in my sin as a child. All right. I do not commit, and I'm not teaching this for nobody. I'm just teaching you that this is what the destruction that they did to our people. You can make it come back more by putting more baking soda, and the person know how to do it. So if I had $100, I could make that $100 come back to 200, right? In crack, but it's going to be weak. Meaning, so if I make the $100 and I add baking soda and do it, cook it right and make it, I can make it, the person have $200 worth of crack, but the crack won't be as strong as if I made that $100 come back straight $100. If I took the $100 of pure coke and I made the crack to equal that same $100, it's going to be raw straight. They called that the bells back then. That's ring my bells, rock the bells. Well, we used to call it the bells. Ding, ding, dong, right? The bells was when it's straight, the rawest, when I just bring it straight to the liquid and bring it straight all the way back into rock form. It's the strongest, it's straight. So that's where the crackheads be like, he got the, they looking for you. They want to buy your stuff because you got the strongest stuff. Now the person who weaked his down, if you run out, they'll buy from him because they addicted, but they coming to you first because you got the strongest stuff. All right. So where was I at? Oh, I'm telling you how I got to crack. So when it would crinkle it would crinkle against the jar, right? That clinking noise, right? And right. So that's the sound that you know that is happening. But that ain't where crack came from. Crack came from once the base heads, they started to take this product, right? That was base, that's made with the baking soda, and they would put it into this pipe, right? They started making these pipes, these little pipes that they could smoke, and they put aluminum foil or glass. They can make it out of anything, right? They put aluminum foil and stick holes in aluminum foil and put it on there, and then take a lighter, and it would go through, when they would light the base, and they would suck it through the pipe thing, it would go through. And as the base product was being lit, it started to crackle. So they would light it, and then when it be on a pipe, as they go, when the fire would hit the thing, it would crackle and crackle, and it was called crackle. The crack was called crackle. It was not crack. It was base, and then it became crackle. And the base heads named it crackle from the sound that it would make when they would light it, the base. This was about, in New York City, this was probably about maybe 83, 84, somewhere around there. And they would be like, so they would, the base heads, they would come on the block, right? I think this might have been around the time when I first started selling it when I was a child. And they would be like, yo, you got that crackle? You got that crackle? And we like, crackle? Yo, crackle. Yo, crackle. Right? Because they started calling that the base heads in the well, it wasn't crack house, in the base houses. Everything was base. It was no such thing as crack. So you know how you have a crack house or a trap house? It was a base house, right? So the base heads in the base house, they was calling it the crackle because it would crackle when they would smoke it, to light it. It would crackle. So they'd come on the block, yo, you got that crackle? And we're like, what crackle? We don't know what crackle? The crackle, man. You know, and they impatient, right? The crackle. You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't got that crackle. You don't go, right? And we were like, and then later we like, so then it's like the crackle. So we're like, okay, now it gave a new name. Yo, I got that crackle. And then it just got shortened down to crack. That's how crack came about. It was crackle, and then later it was like, I got that crack. And that was it. Crack stuck. And then from then on, crack. And then they became, instead of bass heads, they became called crackheads. And this was the raw crack. This is not Ready Rock. I'll do that on another story. This was the raw crack. All right? All right. I can't believe I just told that. But to have the foundation from firsthand knowledge, from elders who was there. I was a victim of it. I was 12 years old messing with this stuff, not even knowing, the stuff is going in your pores and stuff. It was a lot later that I realized I need to start wearing gloves. Okay? This is the stuff that they did to our people. And I watched our neighborhood go from a regular black community to a war zone. I'm talking about tonight of the living dead, bro. I'm talking about, guys, in 84, by the time they did it, okay, let me explain this part, and then we're going to get back to this. There was brilliant of these devils to turn it into crack, meaning to turn it in, to allow it to be made with baking soda and let that filter to the hood, because that made it accessible to everybody. And it made it cheap to make. Listen, witch's brew, Yasharallah. It made it so cheap to make where when it was freebase, it was expensive to make, so they had to charge a lot more. Y'all listen clearly down there, y'all. When it was freebase, they had to charge you $50. You couldn't get a freebase. There was no $20 freebase. It was $50 and $100. It was mostly $100. But then later, with freebase, it was $100 or you ain't getting none. Then later, some chopped it down to made it $50. But you have to have $50 or $100. And because it was really expensive for them to even make it, it was hard to get. When they did this, turning it into having baking soda with the water and the ice, it was a brilliant move from these devils, because now it made it cheap to create. Cheap. It was basically free, because the baking soda, your mother had it in the refrigerator. You see, it was already in your refrigerator, baking soda, right? It was only 5 cents. So basically, it was just the price of the cocaine. Water is free, ice is free, fire is free. So it made it to the point where it was just accessible. And this is where it went from, I think it started at $20. And then $10. And when it got to $5 crack, that was it. I remember with the $5, because as the people come, and it never went under $5. So for $5, you got $5, you could get up $5 just by going and let me get $1, right? Let me get $1. You go, right? And they could smoke this thing, and it was the devil in its purest form. And it was a $5 high for a 5 second, I don't know how long it lasts, like a minute or 2 minutes or something. And it's over. And then the level of addiction, it's nothing. This was the destruction of the people. Yo, I watched our neighborhood go. I watched these construction workers, these school teachers, these electricians, these mailmen, these everything go from, I watched people mother, hello, Miss Johnson, go from Miss Johnson, like scratching, I'll suck your ick for $5. Just, it was a zombie land, bro. The 80s in New York City, through this crack, when this crackle turned to crack and it flooded, it turned into a war zone because how much money was being made. So it turned the people into zombies, and it turned the young men and daughters into monsters, because the amount of money to be made in the competition, it just turned it was the greatest destructive device I think they ever released on the Black community. And then it spread to other states, and we started to spread it. the other states, New Yorkers, as we tried to evade, because they mixed it with the criminal justice system. And so they gave us prison sentences for this. So if you got cocaine crack comes from cocaine. It's the same thing. So they'll say, let's say if you got a gram of cocaine, they gave they gave new sentences that with the gram of cocaine, you could get probation, or you could get a fine, or they'll send you to a drug program. And the same gram of crack, they would give you 10 years in prison. So if a white person got a gram of cocaine, you go home. And they flooded the hood with the black person. He got that same gram of cocaine, but it's just in another crack. He get 10 years. So they funded the prison industrial system with the destruction of the family. It was worse than heroin. It was worse than liquor, alcohol. It was worse than cocaine. It was worse than religion. Those are the drugs that they pumped into the neighborhood. All right. Yeah, it worked brilliantly for a very long time too, Donna Yas. And what this brother's telling, this is the byproduct of it. So he's telling the story. We're probably gonna have to do part two, because I should have knew I wasn't gonna get through this. This is a really good story too. We'd be here all night, but we're gonna get enough. So this brother's telling how it went to Virginia, right? Because it left New York and it started to flood. Crack was created in New York, all right, in the 80s. And then it started to flood. Free base was created in California, but that crack even reached Cali there. That crack. All right, let's go. I'll try not to do that again tonight so we can get through this story.
And was it like a corner game? Like, when we think of crack selling.
Yeah, we running the cars.
So when he's talking about that's how I got into it. So he's talking about the 80s. Okay, so when the crack, sorry, I said I wasn't going to do this, but this makes this different. Other than that, you might as well just watch the video, right? But so when it started to flourish as crack, and all of us youngsters and old, we out there on the block, it was so much money. The police it was a time police didn't even know what it was. Meaning there was a time that the police would run up on you, right? And if they catch me, they would look at the crack, right? Some people, we used to put it in our hands, called loose, right? Too, right? And they would take the crack and throw it away, right? They didn't know what it was. They was looking for cocaine and guns and heroin, and I guess weed wasn't a real charge, but they could still lock you up. But they were looking for cocaine. So it was a time that they would throw the crack away. Literally, and it lasted for a while. I think it lasted maybe almost a whole year that the police did not know what crack was. And so we had a freedom with the crack that we would just leave it, right? We would leave the crack right there, and they didn't know what it was until they found out. Now, there was a time when it was so big that on the streets, my block was South Franklin on Hempstead, Strong Island, and Parkside projects. So South Franklin was a famous heroin block in New York City, in New York, right? During the 70s and stuff. This was on Strong Island, Nassau County, Strong Island, right? So you got Knickerbocker and Brooklyn. That's where we would go to get, the elders would go buy their heroin from Knickerbocker and Brooklyn and bring it to Strong Island. You got dope blocks in Queens, dope blocks in the Bronx, heroin blocks, right? One of mine's on Strong Island where I was from was South Franklin, right? So old from the 70s. So now crack. Now you still got your heroin sellers up there, but this is a different, crack became a different beast. Heroin still, they would stay away from it was like the heroin was like, crack was so nasty that heroin was like, we don't want, crack was the what you call it, the black seed, the bad one in the family of drugs. Even heroin was like, I don't want nothing to do with crack. Heroin was bougie compared to crack. Crack got down so low that the people would sell their children. They would sell their mama. They would sell everything in their house and be out on the street like monsters. It was like Nephilim walking around. They scratching and yo, heroin was like, we ain't got nothing on. Heroin was like, so the heroin was still at the other end of South Franklin by the taxi stand. And this is when crack took it over so much that heroin's like, we need to move to we need to move to another block. So the crack during the so about 84, 85 in the streets of New York City, crack was so crazy that it was so much money. You had people driving in cars. They used to pull up in cars. This is what he's talking about at a time. Well, his is in Virginia. But there was a time on the block where they didn't even have to, they would pull in cars. It was, the traffic, it wasn't even no police. Police wouldn't even come because by then it was so much shootouts and stuff. Police was just like, police was doing regular police. They was like, it was just a free for all. I don't know if that was designed by the system when it first implemented to let us destroy one another, or if it was just they was too scared because what was going down. I don't know that, right? But anyway, so this is the scenario, right? I would come out my projects, right? And I was up the street, Parkside Projects. I would have to walk up to South Franklin, right? So I would come out the projects. Now I'm going to the block. So let's say I got my little package of crack, right? And I'm going up there and I'm gonna sell it. It's all we knew to make industry, right? We don't know nothing, right? I'm 12, 13 years old, right? So I got my crack. I'm going up on the block, right? To sell it. By the time I get up to the block, I'm coming up Maple. By the time I get up there, it's like a party in the street. It's like, okay, so let's say if the block, I'm gonna make a street look like this, right? Let me stop shit so y'all can see me, and then I'm gonna come back to this story. So let's say the block look like this, right? It's this long, right? It could be, and it's like 1,000 people, like it's everybody's up there, right? And it's like everybody's up there and they troop coats, and I'm trying to think of clothing from the 80s, right? They in the Diodora sneakers and whatever. I'm trying to think of, that's probably a little later. But anyway, troop clothes, y'all ain't know what that is. So anyway, everybody's up there with gold chains. This is the beginning of hip hop era, right? With their gold chains and everybody up there. And it's like everybody's selling crack. Now, what I mean by this is it's 50 people, 60, 70 dudes, and everybody got crack and everybody trying to sell it. And what would happen is cars would drive up. Cars, right? Yeah, Adidas suits, Nike, all that. Cars would drive up and you would run to the car. The people didn't have to get out the car. We would run. Now we up there smoking weed, right? We little kids, right? I'm like 14, 15, all that. This is my childhood, right? I started at 12, okay? So all the way up, right? I got off the block maybe about 15, 16 when I started to become a big dog and have people working for me at 16, right? Grown men and stuff. I would still be on the block, but my people would run to the car, right? So anyway, I did my time for all the crimes committed. So, all right, so let me give you a scenario. So you come up there and right, so let's say I'm just getting up there. Like, yo, wow, what up? So first thing I'm gonna do is go to get a blunt, to go to the session, right? So, cause they smoking, you making money, you got CeeLo games, they gambling, girls is walking up, dudes like, yo, what up, mommy? Yo, honey? Cause girls coming up, cause all the dudes on the block, right? This is where all the money at. This where the block is hot, it's popping, right? This the 80s, this the crack, no police, no, it's a free for, it's nuts, it's craziness. And then stick up kids would come up and you got guns and shooting, right? Because they'll come try to stick up you got people come from other hoods trying to stick up everybody and shoot everybody. It's just craziness, bro, right? So I walk up, right? So let's say I walk up on the block, I meet up my boy, yo, Rod, what up? So I walk over, I start smoking, but I'm like, yo, what's good? How much? Man, they killing them, man. This, right? So I'm like, all right. So now I got to get my mind prepared, like, all right, now I got to get mentally in the game. So what will happen is you out there, all of a sudden, cars will pull up, and car this way and a car across the street. So it's on South Franklin. It's 2 lanes this way, 2 lanes going that way, right? And the speed limit is kind of fast. You can go, I think it's probably like 45 miles an hour, right? So it's 4 lanes, right? So it's big. So we got the corner store, we got the bodega, right? Uncle Abe's here. You got the, what's the name over there? You got store, right? Then we got cuts, because we can run into cuts if the police come and stuff, right? So anyway, so we're on the block. So cars is just pulling up, right? And so when the car pull up, you got to run to the car. Yeah, it's a drive-through. You got to run because when a car pull up, people are looking. So people try to stand down the street and try to flag the car, right? So the car will pull up and you see it. 5 more other people see it too. So you take off and you try to get to the car before they get to the car. To check, yo, come here, yo, I got that right there, yo. And then they come, you like, yo, come on, man, yo, right? And you get in the fights. And that's why it was like, at some point, it came down to, are you official or not? You know, can you hold your own, right? Because you ain't gonna make no money. If you ain't official, you'll be out there all day. You won't make nothing till everybody go home. If you ain't official, you gotta hold it down, right? So we would run to cars. And you would run, and then the fiend, you'll run, and if they come walking up, you'll run to the fiend because you're trying to run and show them what you got because you want it. Sometimes they would come looking for you once you establish yourself, right? So I got established, they looking for me, so they ain't gonna buy for nobody. I'm looking for Rashawn because they know I got that Ricky Raw, the bells, because I done made mine stronger than everybody, and I'm giving out a lot more, right? So it's the competition, it's the salesmanship, but it's genocide. The crazy thing is, we children, and we don't know that it's a genocide thing. And the industrial system, everything is profiting off of this is a great destruction. So this was the area called running to cars. And it was white people. I mean, they come from all over, Spanish, blacks. They just walk up, drive up. It's just a drive through the block. It's just, and every day we run into cars and running and laughing and getting sales and fighting. And you know, everybody at the end of the day, well, at the end, you know, let's say I'm up there, I get up there 9, 10 at night, whatever, 9 at night. By 12 at night, you make $600-$700, everybody, if you know what you're doing. And I'm only 12, 13 years old. So I'm 13 years old. I got to go to school tomorrow, right? Because my birthday was late. So I might be in 9th grade, right? I was in middle school too. But let's say I'm in 9th grade and I'm coming to school. I just made $500 last night. $600, and I'm in, you know, this is the crack era. You heard? And my grandma don't have no idea because she don't know what the police, nobody knew what crack was. All right. So now let's get back to the story. Hopefully I'm not going to do that. I don't want to interrupt him no more so we can get through this because I want him to tell his story. It's a great story. All right. So he said they go in the cars. All right. I'm going to just let him go. Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness, I wasn't sharing. Present, share screen. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Share. Now I gotta go back a little bit. I wasn't even sharing.
So my first sale was I got beat.
So you were basically stealing coke from your uncle and selling it to your cousin. That's how you got in the game.
Yep.
And then and you got put on the crack when he cooked it up for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're on the corner, not just selling to your family. Now you're hustling to fiends.
Yeah. It ended up coming to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
And was it like a corner game? Like, you know, when we think of crack selling.
Yeah. We run in the cars. So the thing you had to run, like, it was like, it started off who was the fastest to actually get there. So you know, I was the fastest. I was in the sports and stuff, you know, so I get there before them. But then it came to the point they was running, you know, because I'm giving out more. So I'm sitting back and my brother, them like, yo, dude, they ain't running no more. You know what I mean?
Oh, so the cars pull up and all these little crack kids descend on the car trying to sell them your.
You gonna hop inside, or they gonna. So we had this lady that we used to call her White Lady Hunter.
So what he said was, he said he got to a point where he didn't have to run to the cars no more. They would run to him, the crackheads. He said one of his boys was like, yo, you ain't running no more? It's because he said he was giving out more than everyone else. That's what I did that same thing back in the days. I made mine so strong and I would give out more that I ain't got to do nothing. They would come, they were like, I want him. And I would walk up to, if they had a car, I would just walk up to the car. They'd be like, yo, I'm coming back. I'm like, all right, I'll be here. If I'm not here, check out him. I might point one of my boys just to put him on, right? This is sin. Do not do none of this. This is just story what got me 15 and 25 to life and what destroyed lives. This is not something to be promoted. It's just a destruction of a group of people and the destruction of my life. I end up getting 25 to life. I just got to keep saying that because this is not promoting this lifestyle. All right. So that's what he's pointing out. So he said, yeah, he didn't have to run the cars no more at a certain stage.
And my brother, them like, yeah, like, yo, dude, they ain't running no more. You know what I mean?
Oh, so the cars pull up and all these little crack kids descend on the car trying to sell them your.
You gonna hop inside, or they gonna. So we had this lady that we used to call her White Lady Hunter, right? And she used to run across the field. I'm talking about. So we got this field, and when you see her running, she actually got the money in her hand and everything. She used to come spend about $100. So that's like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So she's running across the field with the money in her hand. So when you see her, everybody take off and start running towards her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And everybody like, y'all got the deal for it. Wow. You know, so it was the thing of.
That's unbelievable. That's like when you're coming back from Mexico and lying at the border and you got a bunch of kids trying to sell you little trinkets. That's how crack was. That's how crazy it was back in the beginning of the game, huh?
Yeah. But everybody had their time though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was times that I was out there and I got to run to the car just like everybody else, you know.
Right.
But everybody got that time to have that.
Take turns.
You know what I'm saying? It ended up coming to that, you know what I mean? Because, you know, that start problems. So it's like, yo, what you doing? But my mind was, I got to get off this corner. I'm not trying to stay on the corner.
Right.
That's what my mind always been.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to be like Tyke. You know what I mean? I wanted to be like my Uncle Renee. You know what I mean?
Pulling up with the weight and
yeah,
the fly.
Because I knew it was two different things that they was actually doing. But by this time, you know, when I started getting up, it was like, my Uncle Renee started to go down and, you know, end up getting deported. It was more so me actually start hanging with Tyke.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
so you had like an adult mindset, even as a 15-year-old. You were like, oh, this is like, I don't want to be down in the muck. I need to be like in the background supplying all these people.
Yeah. But before I started selling crack, I started selling weed first. Because like I said, my brother, before he started going into my Uncle coat, he used to go in people's houses and steal, you know, weed. He used to find a lot of weed. So now I had this weed. And at the time, I wasn't plugged in with the neighborhood kids of Bayside Arm like that. You know, like I got cousins and stuff out there, older cousins and younger cousins, but I wasn't like, because I wasn't on the corner. So I wasn't plugged. So it was a guy who I grew up with, like me and him ended up meeting in science class. 7th grade science class, Mr. Smiley. He's always say, hey, why y'all guys joshing around? To a point, we start calling him Josh, right? This is like my right-hand man. And he started, because he was from out there, like his whole family and everything is like Shady Rest is like from out there. He was the one who was my inside to, you know, getting out there, right? So when I told him, hey, I got some smoke, he was just starting to
go. Shady Rest, I guess, is another hood. And his boy he met in science class that they calling him Josh now, he was already doing it. So he was his connect. Because he starts to spread in the other Virginia neighborhoods later from going to different schools and stuff.
Go to school in another area. So I ended up giving him most of the weed to sell. But as I kept a little bit for myself, I had cousins like FEDS, you know, Brumman and all them, they smoked weed. I wasn't even smoking. Them are the main guys who was out there, the pigs, you know, like them are the guys who was like the stuff who I looked up to. When I told them I had some weed, they start coming around there to see me. I don't even know what I got. I don't have a scale. I don't got any of that. But I'm just so happy to deal with them.
Yeah.
You know, so I end up giving them, you know, they end up beating me for it too. But
So his brother and them was stealing the weed. He really don't know what he got. Him and his other boys. So all of the older dudes, where he's naming them pigs and fat and all of them, he said they found out he a young boy. He got the weed. They coming to buy the weed from him. He don't really know what he got. So they beating him. He probably giving away. They probably buying $5. He probably giving them like $30 a week, right? He don't even know. But he's like, I'm just happy for them to even be noticing me type of thing, right? The big boys, you know what I mean? The thugs out there.
But that was my insight to getting in there.
Okay, so you started off selling stolen coke and stolen weed.
Exactly.
That's how it goes when you're 15. You don't have any plugs. You don't have any money. That's how a lot of people got in the game, was stealing it or robbing it. That's just kind of how it was. You can't get a loan.
No.
So did you know Pharrell? Did you know any of these guys? Did you know Pusha back then? Did you grow up with any of these dudes, or did that come later?
So yeah, that came much later.
As adults?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I see.
That came a little farther later because Pharrell was actually high school because I got kicked out of high school. I got kicked out in the 11th grade. I was playing, I was supposed to start point guard for Bayside High. Ended up getting kicked out because we used to fight another neighborhood called Lake Edwards, right? So, so it was always like we see each other, it was going to be gunplay, fighting, or whatever it was. Now I'm from this neighborhood now. Like I'm, you know, from Southgate, it's like walking across the street. You know, even though Southgate used to go crazy, but now from being out Bayside, I'm cool with the guys them playing basketball, some of the guys them from over in the other neighborhood. But once we fight, I got to fight. You know, so and I'm getting kicked out.
For fighting?
Yeah, I ended up getting spit because that's how big of a, you know, it was all on the news and everything. Like it was crazy because they knew how the rival was between us. And I ended up getting kicked out, but then I ended up going back graduating because my mother wanted me to graduate. But I'm saying that, so Pharrell used to be in the band at Princess Anne High School. And he was always, you know, that guy to be like, have you always looking at him like, yo, you know, he's going to be something special.
Right.
But people at the time, you know, would say it's weird, but it's like, no, he was just before his time.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
And man, it was like, he used to see me out there rolling with the guys and, you know, so with the area where he know I'm from, that right there's a thing of him knowing what I was about, but just.
Right. So he knew you were with the
yeah.
one of these cats, you know, on the corners and making trouble. And he was like an artist.
Yeah.
And back then in the early 90s, being an artist, especially in a black neighborhood, that was like weird. It's kind of gay or fruity, you know? Yeah. But now everybody is that. But you're right. He was totally ahead of his time.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. Because I think he started making.
I know he didn't mean it, but everybody is gay or fruity now.
Beats for like Belle Bev DeVoe, right? Like when he was a teenager in high school, like he popped
back then,
real fast.
I remember it was Noriega Super Thug.
Made that too, right?
But then before they was like the SWVs and the Mace.
Yeah. No, this is earlier, man. He was making beats by like 1990, 91. He was for like
Get Up Super Thug, right?
No, that's the late 90s. I'm talking about like 1990. And if I had a producer, he'd be looking this up right now. He made a beat that would have been considered viral. It was for Teddy and Belle Biv DeVoe. Teddy Riley.
Oh,
there we go. Teddy Riley.
Yeah.
That was like his
Rump Shaker.
Yeah, Rump Shaker.
Yeah, that was filmed down Virginia Beach.
Wow.
That was filmed on the oceanfront.
Crazy, dude. Yeah, he was like 15 or 16 when he made that beat, but that was like a hit.
Yeah,
you know,
man. To us, he was out of here.
Out of there.
To us, he was out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Shout out to Streets Gotta Eat. That's my cousin. He said, I'm still watching this interview. Yo, cousin, I'm going to still give you that call. I'm going to try to do it. I'm going to try to do it tomorrow. Guys, me and my cousin, we're going to be linking up. So y'all going to get to know who that is in a bit. All right, shout out to Streets Gotta Eat. That's my family right there. All right.
So you get kicked out of high school. Did your mom know you were dabbling in drugs when you were in high school?
No, so like I said, my mom was still out Twin Canal at the time.
Hustling?
No, she was, yeah, she had a thing going on out,
Right.
Cause my father, so my father, he's a working man. My stepfather, cause my real father had passed. I didn't even know that. I met him one time when I was 12. So my stepfather, which is, I call him my real father, cause he'd been with me since I was 9 months. So he was the working man. He was the man who like checks, girl, but my mom is the one, she gonna flip that. You know what I mean? So she's still out Twin Canal doing that. I'm staying with my grandmother.
His mom, the hustler. His dad straight up going to work. His mom said, he said his mom gonna flip that money. So his dad go to work and get a check, bring it home. His mom gonna flip that, buy some Coke and flip that. I know that life.
Right.
So
your mom didn't know that you were.
So at the time, she didn't know any of that when it was crack. But once it got to me end up selling powder, how I began to sell powder, me end up going to her. And because I remember when Uncle Renee used to deal with her, so I ended up going to her saying, Mom, this and that. And when I first started, she was like, hey, boy, you got to put something on this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what you mean? She was like, you giving it away. I'm like, she brought out the isotol and she showed me the game of.
All right, so what he just said there, he said when his mom finally found out that he's selling Coke, she told him, you need to put some cut on this. You need to stretch it. She said, you giving it away. You like the way you giving it out. If you put some cut, you can make more money. So he didn't say it right, but he said she brought out anisotol. So anisotol is this, it's this thing. It's I think it's something they put in food and stuff too, right? And it's white. It looked like cocaine. So back in the days, I used to use anisotol too, and you put it in your cocaine and it stretches it, and it's odorless, tasteless, and it stretches. So you can take your $100 and maybe make $140 off of the $100 by putting the cut. They call it cut. Yeah, so his mom put him in the game. So she like, boy, you could put some cut on this and stretch it. So she taught him how to do anisotol. Before anisotol, we used to use lecithin. And then the worst was like baking soda. That's that stuff. I'm sorry. I'm not promoting this, but it's just some crazy stories I'm going to tell back. When I go back in the days, right? Yo, it's like we put baking soda in the cut. In a Coke, and when somebody sniff it, they start sneezing, right? They sniffing them. They don't like that stuff. You put the wrong, you got people, that's like people doing that now with the fentanyl stuff, killing people, right? But this, I'm talking in the 80s, right? So anisotol was this light. It's really light. You'll never know it's in there, right? And that's what she did. She put them up on game. So by the time at that age, the reason why his mom knew it, because I remember, I don't know who turned me on to anisotol, but that was the key. It was like, there's so many different insights that you got to be in. People don't know what to cut it with. So your stuff is going to be whack. Right. So anyway.
She was like, you giving it away. I'm like, she brought out the isotol and she showed me the game of you have to put this and this and this. And I said, well, I'll let you do that. You know what I mean? She was like, well, you can still lose a lot of money. She was like, well, I still want you to put something on it because it's too strong for me. You know what I mean? But during that time, when I took off, because my friend who I told you, who we call Josh, well, that's the one who do the film stuff now. But he ended up, damn, I forgot what I was saying.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't skip over this. Your mom taught you how to cook crack, or she taught you how to stretch powder?
She told me how to stretch the powder and put the isotone on it. And she like, yo, listen, you got to understand. I want you. So she said, so my mom was like this, if you're going to do it, I'm going to make sure you do it right. Because I already know I'm not going to stop you. You know what I mean? Like, the only way to stop me is to call the police on me. And she ain't going to do that. So I might well teach you, So she like, yo, you're giving this away. If you basically going to give somebody some Coke, you need to put baking soda on it.
Right.
If you're going to give them, for the people who snort, you need to put this isotone on it because that's what she's doing.
All right, so he was messing. He was saying if you're gonna give somebody some crack, put baking soda or try to stretch it and make it. If you're gonna give him coke, put an isotal, stretch it.
And when I give it to her, she's still gonna put some on it because it was just too strong.
And this is powder you were getting from Uncle Renee?
This is powder that I end up getting from Panama, from New York.
Okay.
And so he said, his mom said it's too strong because the raw coke, when you get it really raw, and I had it like that, that's why I got 25 to life, because I had a straight connect coming straight from, Colombia and stuff like that. And that stuff is so raw that if they just sniff it, it'll burn them. It's too raw. That's when you got the best, right? And that's why even my crack was the best, because I could have stretched my crack 2-3 times, but I would keep it just as raw. It was just my business and my sin. I'm not promoting that. That's horrible. It's just why I was successful in sin. Y'all understand that? In sin. It's not nothing to be promoted. And it got me 25 to life. I'm going to never stop saying that, because I want y'all to understand this stuff leads to death or jail. There is no, I'm sorry. There is, if you made it out, this is what I think. I don't think the Most High will ever let you make it out of this game unscathed. Even for those who might have looked like they got out. Let's say the 0.1% out of 99.9% of people that ever sold drugs, that it end up with a calamitous end. The 0.1% that you might think got out unscathed successfully and been able to go, I guarantee you they paid for it later in another way in their life. It's called karma. I don't think the laws of the heaven, the Shamayam, is going to allow you to get out because of the destruction, the wicked evil that selling drugs is, right? It's an evil entity. It's the devil. He's going to come back and collect. It's a devil. That's what it is. So they got everything back from me. I lost everything in my family and everything. You heard? You ain't getting out. And I was one who looked like they got out. I did. I was rich. I was a millionaire. I had own real estate, construction, a clothing store, a nightclub. I had everything. I was out. And when I'm out, I'm doing a record label and I get set up for a music video. And it's like I'm out of the game. The only way, if I would have, and then I know it'll, so let's say if I would have never formed Palace Mob record label and messed with Reynolds and them and got out and just did my construction, my carpet company. It's before I owned a nightclub in North Carolina and all that. It's before all that. And just did that. There would have been some way that the Most High would have made me pay back. Something, you're going to pay it back. I'm just take my advice as an elder. You ain't getting away with it. Nobody's getting away with that level of destruction. You're not getting away. All right, let's continue.
So, and what kind of quantity were you getting at this?
You need to put baking soda on it.
Right.
If you're gonna give them, for the people who snort, you need to put this isotal on it, because that's what she's doing. And when I give it to her, she's still gonna put some on it because it was just too strong.
And this is powder you were getting from Uncle Renee?
This is powder that I end up getting from Panama, from New York.
Okay. Yeah. So, and what kind of quantity were you getting at this time?
At this time, I was getting it was pink.
Pink cocaine?
Pink cocaine.
Is that what they call 2C now?
I don't know, because I don't know what's going on now.
Okay. Well, it's in the news now. It's been in Colombia forever. It's 2C, and it's kind of like pinkish cocaine, but I think it's mixed with like MDMA. Does this sound familiar? Is this the kind of coke you were getting?
Man, see, back then.
No, bro, they didn't have all that MDMA, what they call that, ecstasy stuff back then. I think what he's talking about, the pink tint to the coke, I think there was a cut that was put on it, like a not lecithin, a B2 vitamin, because they used to use B2 vitamins to cut it too. right? There was a cut vitamin, something that had a pinkish tint to it. Yeah, we ain't had no mollies and stuff back then. None of that stuff. It was existing in pill form, but we ain't mess with none of that. That wasn't that. It was not the pink stuff that Diddy. This ain't that Diddy. They ain't Diddy Coke. That Diddy got that pink stuff. This ain't no. This dude is right. So that's what that was. There was a because I ran across that back then at one time, and I didn't buy it. I'm like, and they're like, no, it's the sound like I don't give a crap. This stuff is looking pink, bro. My stuff need to be beige or fish scale shiny. I wanted fish scale. I wanted the stuff that looked like a ski slope, bro. Miss me. Give me some beige fish scale, shiny beige. Oh, that's the best of it all, right? But I ain't with no dusty white. I need some shine, and I need some type of scale, some shine, and some other than that. I'm not playing with none of that because they people be cutting their stuff. That's how you know it's cut. Got that little pink stuff on it. I'm like, this got pink tint to it, bro. No, it's just it's the packaging. It's something I don't care. Ain't you? Right? So anyway, let's go back a little bit.
With like MDMA. Does this sound familiar? Is this the kind of coke you were getting?
Man, see back
With like MDMA.
Yeah.
So, what kind of quantity were you getting at this time?
at this time I was getting man, it was pink cocaine.
Is that what they call 2C now?
I don't know because I don't know what's going on now.
Okay. Well, it's in the news now. It's been in Colombia forever. It's 2C, and it's kind of like pinkish cocaine, but I think it's mixed with like MDMA. Does this sound familiar? Is this the kind of coke you were getting?
Man, see, back then it was, because it was crazy because when I went to New York to get this coke and they bring it and put it on the pool table, like, because this is straight off of the plane from Panama, being in the, like, so like in New York, they got the basement in the bottom. And I remember it was like a pool hall game room up top, but downstairs they got the pool tables and stuff. And they had this coke on there, and the lady, came and gave it to him, and it's on the table and it's pink.
Wow.
And like that was like my first time when I like seeing my first key, having my first key.
Wow. Yeah. So that's just great coke. Just had a pinkish hue to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got the bomb right there.
Yeah.
Okay. And was that arranged through your Uncle Rene?
That was arranged through my Uncle Rene because, I ended up, me and my friend Josh, because
I hope his Uncle Rene is not alive because he just telling on his Uncle Rene. I'm like, boy, it's one thing to tell your own story, right? But to be naming he didn't tell his mama. Now he told his Uncle Rene. He didn't tell his cousin Tony. He said Tony's whole name. I'm like, bro, this dude is crazy, bro. What's wrong? What? Anybody ever heard of snitching? What is going on, man?
Time me dealing with Uncle Rene, he was trying to set me up with different plugs and stuff. So I ended up meeting this guy he had coming in, Panamanian. He was coming in from Florida, and he ended up beating me for like a whole bunch of money. So I was like jive messed up, like, and so he was like, man, I got somebody in New York who can, go ahead and get us right. We got some things coming in. So I was like, well, I'm tapped out. You know what I mean? I got a couple of guys who owe me some change, but you know how it is. If you don't got no work at the time, anybody trying to come bring you that money. Cause they're like, man, I ain't, get something first. You know what I mean? So.
All right. That's let me know that he's not really official in his street game. Right? Now, what he said was he got beat for somebody. He tried to get something and he got beat. And so because of it, he don't have no money to re-up again, to buy no more. So the person said, yo, I got a connect and hook in New York I could hook you up with. But he said he don't got no money, but he said he still had work out on the street, that people who owe him money on the street. He said, but you know how they are. If you don't got the product to give them, they're not going to pay you your money. See, that right there told me everything about his street game, because he's correct. Okay, so what he's saying is he's supplying the street level dudes, right? So let's say if he give this dude an ounce, he give this dude a half a key, this dude get a couple of ounces, right? So let's just do it an ounce, so y'all could say. So let's say if this dude, he give him a package and he's supposed to give him back $1,000, right? Right. So the dude got you $1,000, right? And when you come to get your money from him, you're supposed to give him another package so he can. That's how he make his money. So you give him, he give you your $1,000, you give him another package, and he goes back to work. So what he said was, because he got beat, right? Someone took his stuff. He don't got no product to give his workers. So they're not going to give him the $1,000 they owe him because he don't got nothing to give them. That's true. They'd rather take your $1,000 that's yours and go spend it with somebody else. But that lets you know he ain't got no real street game, because somebody must have told you wrong. You giving me mines. I don't give a crap if. So that's like saying if you going out of the game, ain't nobody gonna pay you. Yeah, that's because they ain't scared. That means you ain't got no respect. Honestly, that just told me everything right there when he said that, because somebody done told you wrong. Y'all see the movies with those cartel members, right? Now we ain't promoting all this. That's like telling the cartel you ain't gonna pay them, right? Right? So that let you know right there. That's why he at this point now, he telling everything, right? Everybody ain't built for this stuff, bro. They get this money, bro. He out here snitching on everybody for no reason too, because he free. I'm like, if you free, why are you telling on everybody? Okay? All right. Now y'all say if he told on his mama, you know everybody else is food. Yeah, it's a wrap. All right. So anyway, he just told you that they ain't gonna pay him his money.
Some things coming in. So I was like, well, I'm tapped out. You know what I mean? I got a couple of guys who owe me some change, but you know how it is. If you don't got no work at the time, anybody trying to come bring you that money. Because they're like, man, I ain't, get something first. You know what I mean? So I go to my guy, Josh, who I ended up, coming up with. And he had enough for, I think, like 2 things. Right? So
his boy Josh is doing his thing. He went to Josh. Josh was ready. He had enough money to buy 2 kilos.
We ended up going up there with my uncle. And when we get there.
So his uncle, I forgot what he said, Renee from the Panamanian, he took him to New York City. This is back in the early 90s. This crazy work. That's the stories on my channel. Watch my other video, going to re-up from the Colombians in New York, on this channel. I think it's on a live stream. It's a video in here, going to re-up from the Colombians. Watch that, and you're going to understand what's happening. So this crazy work, they going up there to buy 2 keys. Oh, bro, they better be right. But they got his uncle, a Panamanian, taking them, so they got an insight. He already got the hookup, so they're a lot better than just trying to go. All right.
He ended up working it out. We end up getting the 2, and then up front is like 3.
So you came back with 5?
With 5.
5 birds?
My first time.
Wow.
First time.
And this is
So he's straight. So he went up there. His uncle hooked him up. His boy Josh had enough to get 2 keys. The Panamanians up there gave him 3 extra. Fronting mean they're giving it to you on consignment, meaning you could take these other 3 kilos and you bring back the money. That's called fronting. I never like to front. Y'all gonna learn that on the story on the channel. I'm saving a lot of my real crazy stories for when either I do it on one of these big interview things like this, where I won't be snitching on nobody, but I'll be telling so I got a lot of the biggest stories I'm saving. I'm not stupid. I'm not giving away my stuff for free. Nah, all my really celebrity entertainment, all my biggest stories, I'm not telling them till it's being told to millions, stuff that'll grow the channel, stuff like that. I'm not a fool. So anyway, I didn't like consignment because I don't like to owe nobody. That's some dangerous stuff right there. Because anything happen and you mess around and you owing Colombians, you owing these cartels, you tripping, bro. So anyway.
And then up front is like 3.
So you came back with 5?
With 5. To my guy, Josh, who I ended up, coming up with. And he had enough for, I think, like 2 things. Right? So we ended up going up there with my uncle. And when we get there, he ended up working it out. We ended up getting the 2, and then up front is like 3.
So you came back with 5?
With 5.
5 birds?
My first time.
Wow.
First time.
And this is untouched
Untouched.
South American blow.
Yeah.
And what was a key? What were they charging you for a key?
It was like 18, 17, 17, 18.
So in Virginia, you're going to,
That's a crazy good price. I remember that's before the drought. So there was a time when the keys were going for 17, 18. I don't know. I remember what you're talking about. And then later a drought came and everything. From then on, it was like 25, 26 with the hookup. But I remember when it was 17, 18. Now there was a time that Meech and them, but this before Big Meech and them. So he's still in the early 90s. But later, I remember Big Meech and them, I didn't know him, but I heard they was giving it out for 17 and stuff when the Big Meech now that's looking goofy now, but back when they was doing their thing back then. But anyway, this before that. All right, let me let them
kill him with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So the thing is, he getting it, that's a crazy. He getting it from 18 in Virginia, you could probably sell it for 30. So he should be able to make crazy amount of profit off that.
Like two things.
Hmm.
Right. So we end up going up there with my uncle. And when we get there, he ended up working it out. We end up getting the 2, and then up front is like 3.
So you came back with 5?
With 5.
5 birds?
My first time.
Wow.
First time.
And this is untouched South American blow.
Yeah.
Wow. And what was a key? What were they charging you for a key?
It was like 18, 17, 18.
So in Virginia, you're going to kill them with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. And how old are you now at this point?
I'm probably about, this is the 90s, the mid 90s probably, I think.
So you're like
late 90s, something like this.
So you're like 20 or something?
Yeah.
You're young.
19, yeah.
Wow. That's a lot of coke for a 19-year-old.
Yeah.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
So is that what put you on?
Yeah. That right there, and then like dealing with my Uncle Renee, he used to, like, the lottery had first came out, and he used to play the lottery like crazy. Like, I even got pictures to this day of me holding up the lottery ticket. He used to play day and night. I got turned on to that. My first number I hit was 0825. I played it combo for $1, right? Twice. And I played it exact. I hit for 7,500, I think it was. At that time too.
And you hit?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was hooked since then. I started hitting for 18,000, 15,000. My uncle used to crack them for like 80,000. Like, it was crazy. Like,
and is this the state lotto, or this is the number man?
No, this is the state lotto.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, in Virginia when it first came out. Like,
wow.
Yeah. So I'm grinding.
I remember that time with the lottery. And Virginia, the lottery people had it where Virginia had a better odds. It depended on where you were, had better odds at winning. He said he was cracking that lottery. He said $2 gave him 7,500. That's crazy.
At the time, and then a whole lot of stuff transpired in between then, and like Josh even went to ended up going to college on the football scholarship. Because when he came back, that money that got hit, some of that was his too when he went away. You know what I mean? So now it's like, yo, you know what I mean? I had his, you know what I mean? And you ain't got nothing,
So when you come back with 5 keys, now you're like supplying all the dealers in the Virginia Beach area.
Yeah.
Pretty much,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. And the guys who we used to fight, in high school, I ended up going to get them too, and bringing some of the younger ones who was, down under me, my age, and I brought them in the fold.
Yeah.
So my age group minute, I ended up mending that gap for the fighting stuff to get money.
Yeah. Right.
Right. So yeah.
Wow. So you're the guy. Yeah. When you take a brick for 18,000 from New York, that's pure, and you take it to a place like Virginia, you could triple your money practically. Yeah. Did you ever supply like Pusha? Like, how did that all come into play? Like, how did you meet those guys, the Clipse, who later became?
I just cut right into it. Here you go. He pulling in Pusha T in them. If I would have said, I wouldn't have told. All right, let's let it play. Let it play. So now you asking them about Pusha T and them, the Clipse.
The rap group, the Clipse.
Yeah, I had met them.
Yeah.
You know, so my age group minute, I ended up mending that gap for the fighting stuff to get money.
Yeah. Right.
You
Right.
know, so yeah.
Wow. So you're the guy. Yeah. When you take a brick for 18,000 from New York, that's pure, and you take it to a place like Virginia, you could triple your money practically. Yeah. Did you ever supply like Pusha? Like, how did that all come into play? Like, how did you meet those guys, the Clipse, who later became the rap group, the Clipse?
Yeah, I had met them through a guy named Tony Crumble, who used to hang. Him and Pharrell was real tight. He used to like dance and stuff. He grew up with them, but he was the guy who used to cook my coke.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was the cook. Cause like,
Yo, Bilal, he just named his name. Yo, this dude is just naming first, and he said Tony Crumble. Like, bro, you don't gotta say people's name, bro. You could just. All right. So anyway, let's go. Let the snitching begin.
But he was the guy who used to cook my coke.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was the cook. Cause like,
how did that all come into play? Like, how did you meet those guys, the Clipse, who later became the rap group, the Clipse?
Yeah, I had met them through a guy named Tony Crumble, who used to hang. Him and Pharrell was real tight. He used to like dance and stuff. He grew up with them, but he was the guy who used to cook my coke.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was the cook. Cause like,
Tony.
Yeah, his name was Tony too. So he's
that invest. He sound like he said Tony, huh? Like, yo, bro, the dude sound like, bro. I don't know. That was a crazy Tony, huh? What was that, huh? See, I would have caught that. I know, right? This dude is the new Vlad. I would have been like Tony, huh? I'm like, what was that? Yo, that sound like some police stuff right there, huh? Like you just stored that information. That's what he did, bro. I'm like, yo, that was interview over. Yo, that dude sound like an agent, bro. I'm not stupid. I ain't never been stupid, yo. Shout out to Dirty Laundry Media, okay? He said, huh? I would have been like, yo, what you want? First of all, I wouldn't have said Tony's name, right? I wouldn't have snitched on Tony, said it. But he said, so he said, huh? I'm like, yo, where you store that at? What hard drive did you just store that in your doggone brain? Facts. I don't know that, bro. Interview over. All right, let's continue.
The one who knew how to make 1 into 3. And yeah.
You can stretch 1 kilo into 3 and it'll still sell.
And it's still like dance and stuff. He grew up with them. But he was the guy who used to
Pusha. Like, how did that all come into play? Like, how did you meet those guys, the Clipse, who later became the rap group, the Clipse?
Yeah, I had met them through a guy named Tony Crumble, who used to hang. Him and Pharrell was real tight. He used to like dance and stuff. He grew up with them, but he was the guy who used to cook my coke.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was the cook. Cause like,
Tony.
Yeah, his name was Tony too. So he's the one who knew how to make 1 into 3. And yeah.
You can stretch 1 kilo into 3 and it'll still sell.
And it still sell.
Wow.
So I had 2 cooks actually. It was a guy by the name of Lopez, right? He was Spanish, right? Me and him met in high school. He was from the Lequeo area too. That we used to fight. He used to cook it with the water, with the water weight. Hit it, just put a little bit of coke on it, and it's good. Tony used to cook it. He can make whatever stay, but the coke is so good that's coming from New York.
All right, what he's talking, I'm sorry that I got, well, that's what the difference with this channel. Other than that, I'm just playing someone else's content. What he's talking about, guys, oh, that's your other channel? All right, that's what's up. I didn't know that was you, fam. All right. So what he's talking about is there's so I just said it earlier when I said back in my sin, when I was living that life, I was a professional cook, right? So I could make 1 into 3. If it's that raw, like he said he got from Panama, I could do that. I wouldn't do it and sell it myself but I can make it and it will stay hard. It won't be as strong. but it will still be sellable. But you can take what he's saying is one key. Let's say if a key on the street, let's say if you're selling the key, right? Well, let's say a key was costing 20,000, right? 25,000. If you break it down and sell it on the street, you can make about 70, 80,000 off that one key, off if you break it down, right? So imagine if you took the one key that if you broke it down and sold 20s on the street, you could make 80,000 off the one key that cost you 20,000. Let's just say it costs 20. But I can take that key that you got and I can cook it and make it into 3. You hear? So now you got 240,000 that you just made off the 20,000. You see how much? But it won't be as strong. It'll probably take you a little harder to sell it. But the other one he said, the other dude cook it and he bring back water weight. Now, water weight was the worst thing in the world. These are ways that these people would scam you back in the crack era. Water weight, people be putting in their songs. Jay-Z and them be putting in their rap songs back in the days, right? Water weight means when water is heavy. So you would allow the crack to stay so moist, so much water, that when they put it on the scale, right? If you go to buy an ounce, right? And I think the ounce is 28 grams? It's been so long, I don't even remember my mathematics no more, right? So I know half a key, right? So let's say I use big numbers, half a key, 500 grams, right? So you're going to buy 500 grams, right? And so if they give you the thing and it's like water weight, they'll put it on the scale and it'll say 500. But by the time you get it home and you trying to trip off and sell it, the water will dry up. And that, what looked like it weighed 500 will weigh like 300 or 300. You just lost probably a couple of thousands of dollars because they sold it to you wet, water weight. It's the worst. And that stuff be mushy. It's like, so these are different tactics. So he was saying how the person could stretch it. His one dude could stretch it, but it'll be watery, water weight, which is harder to sell because some people who know, they'd be like, man, dry that off. Only thing you gotta do is take it and take a bunch of paper towels and go like this and suck all the water off, right? It's water weight. They get you real good with water weight. And people don't know. They be on the street. You be like, you got your scale because you people have a very scale. You put it on. They be like, all right, thank you. Buy it. By the time you get home, you done lost $400-$500. Your stuff dried up, right? So and then he said, but his other boy can he has skills. He can make it triple it with without it being watery. That's what he's talking about.
He can make whatever stay, but the Coke is so good that he can make whatever stay. But the Coke is so good that's coming from New York, like you can put whatever Pharrell on it. But I was taking 1 and the 3. But the thing was, I'm selling ounces for $500.
Killing them. It's the best price.
Yeah.
So is that crack already, or are you selling powder?
No,
It's crack.
Okay. Yeah, ain't so.
You could tell he don't know what that the interviewer have no idea because he just said he putting it on it, he cooking it and turning it one key into 3. So he was killing them. He definitely killing them. And because he got the raw from coming from Panama or where it's coming from, you can do that and it'll still be as good as most people's stuff on the street.
I won't sell nobody no powder.
Right. So because you need to keep that powder's so valuable, you're keeping it for yourself and turning that all into crack. So you could take Tony, you would give him a brick of Coke and he would turn it into 3 kilos of crack.
Yeah.
How much would you pay him to cook? Because that's hard work.
So me not knowing the game, of that, with him being so knowledgeable, I give him like 4.5. You hear me?
1,000 or 4.5 ounces
4.5
out of it.
ounces. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or sometimes, I give him a play on some powder. You're like, yo, let's go ahead and take this, But
so he's making thousands of dollars off of that.
yeah. Like that's all he used to do. But he used to do that for people around town. Like, that was his thing.
That was a hustle. And he was a dancing partner of Pharrell?
No, he wasn't no dancing partner of him. You know what I mean? He just grew up with him.
Okay.
And he ended up trying to, find his niche.
Right.
Into
the drug game.
Not in the drug game, but the music game. So he used to dance. And I remember Pharrell putting them in Ray J video, song Pharrell wrote for Ray J.
Oh, this dude just told his name. I'm sitting there, yo, my head, I'm sitting there like, no. Now, I don't even know Pharrell, right? And I'm sitting there like, no, bro, don't tie nobody's name to nobody like that. This dude is cooking. You talking about he turning 1 key to 3 keys and he doing all this and you just tied him to Pharrell. I know Pharrell got to be like, yeah, bro, what are you doing, bro? I'm skateboard P, right? Pharrell a whole freaky deek now. He don't know what he is now. He don't even Pharrell now. He a old woman man thing now. But it's like, bro, how are you? Bro, these people are crazy. Bro, you came up from jail just snitching on everything and everybody. All right, hold on. Boy, skateboard P, you don't need to go to jail. They got something for you in that jail. You and your skateboard. All right, hold on. Hopefully I don't go back too far.
He ended up trying to, find his niche.
Right.
Into
the drug game.
Not in the drug game, but the music game. So he used to dance. And I remember Pharrell putting them in Ray J video, song Pharrell wrote for Ray J. Oh man.
My producer's on it.
Yeah. And
couldn't have been a very good song.
Yeah, and he
sucks.
And it's crazy because I think he had wrote the song for somebody else, for Michael. And Ray J ended up getting it.
He's trying hard to remember too. Bro, move on. And sometimes I see the little interview dude look at the camera. I want y'all to peep that. Sometimes he'll look at the camera like, I'm like, who you looking at? I don't know. Bro, I'm just getting so many Fed vibes. This is kind of crazy work right here. All right, let's continue.
But so he was trying to find his niche. Mm-hmm. But the thing was, Pharrell was trying to push him towards, because you got to understand, all them guys like Pharrell and them, they know about it, and back then because what's going on in the neighborhood, and where they grew up around it, like everybody's doing it, everybody in
right.
it. So they naive, and they so they definitely know about it. But they push you to get off the street. You know what I'm saying? Right. They ain't like, yo, man, this and that. Yeah. So he's saying, yo, we was trying to find our niche in. You know what I mean?
Right.
So with Tony trying to bring me in, it was the thing of him trying to find it. So he's dancing. But Pharrell was trying to tell him, yo, you need to go to dancing school now. You need to do this. You need to do that. But he didn't want to do the ballerina stuff. You know what I mean? Right. He didn't want to learn. So that right there, he didn't want to go the extra mile to be what Pharrell tried to push him to be.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Because to us, or probably to his peers, everybody's like, man, what you doing, man? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to be doing that, knowing that that's the money.
Right.
You know what I mean? A whole lot of people are scared to take chances on certain things.
Yeah. So, and
all money ain't good money. Even the drug money ain't good money, but I don't think that ballerina money for that dude would have been good money. He'd been running around with pink pocketbooks right now, right? But at least he said Pharrell tried to get him to, right? Laria, he was on Vlad TV too. And this dude right here got 1.4 million subscribers or something. So he's just as big as Vlad TV. Like my cousin said, this is another, give me mad agent vibes, just like Vlad.
That's why the story of Pusha and Malice, who make up the Clipse, is so unique and exceptional. Kind of like Jay-Z. These guys were pretty much...
You see how you keep looking over? That's what I'm talking about. Y'all see how he looked over to the camera? He said, that's why Pusha and such story is so unique. And then he looks over. I'm like, I would be like, yo, stop looking at the camera like that, bro. I don't know. I get nervous with snitches and stuff, bro. I was never come through. Look how you looking over there at the camera. Who you looking at? Oh man, it's some crazy work right here. Hold on, I'm trying not to go back too far. There we go.
That's why the story of Pusha and Malice, who make up the Clipse, is so unique and exceptional. Kind of like Jay-Z. These guys were pretty much as much in the street as they were in the studio. Most people have to put it down. Like they have to young Jeezy tells a story about how like T.I. told him, hey, you got to put the drugs away. If you want to make this rap happen, like you got to put this down and you got to put yourself all into the music. And he did it. Like he sacrificed.
And that's what all us did when I did become their manager. All us.
So he's trying to make it like they didn't do that. So in other words, if you're trying to infer, this interview do, if you're trying to infer that Pusha T and them, they didn't do that. So that meant when they was doing the music, they was still doing the, like, that's trying to set you up for a case, bro. That's why I'm like, yo, this kind of crazy. He's trying to set them up for a case, but I think this dude right here is look like he about to say, nah, that ain't what they did. I hope that's what he do. Don't let this dude get them a case.
If you want to make this rap happen, like you got to put this down and you got to put yourself all into the music. And he did it. Like he sacrificed.
And that's what all us did when I did become their manager. All us vowed to, hey, ain't no doing that.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that was the thing.
Okay.
Like, yeah, we can't be doing this because we about to do that. That's one thing about them guys. They are very smart, very articulate. Like they know, like, yo, I can't, you know what I'm saying? So.
Okay. So it sounds like Tony was your through Pharrell, through this connection to Pharrell. Tony was like your introduction to the music game.
Yeah. And he took me to the studio one day.
Okay.
To actually go meet him.
Okay. And they're making beats and.
Yes, Pharrell was making, he was making beats and, like I say, the guys that was there and they knew of me. The only reason I knew of them at the time because of the music on the radio.
Right.
You know, and then once I realized who they were from another, like, you know, with Pusha being from another school, it was like a mutual respect thing. You know what I mean? Because the 757 is an area that everybody knows what everybody's doing. So, you know, so if you're messing with this girl or you're doing this, it's kind of like everybody know who the main people are.
Yeah.
You know, so
did you know, and so you met Pusha at the studio with Pharrell, who was there. Yeah. Was Malice, his brother, there too?
I believe so. Okay. I'm not sure.
Were they known at this time? Because everybody kind of knows each other in this area, were they known as rappers or as drug dealers?
They was known at the time as being in the street, yeah.
Okay. So they weren't known for music yet?
Yeah, well, they had a song out at the time, it was called I Got Caught Dealing. You know, and that was the song that was playing when Tony first said, hey, you know, so I'm listening to it. So he like, yo, I know them. So that's when he made him take me over there.
Yeah.
He like, yo, so that's how.
And did you recognize? You're like, oh, these cats are nice.
I mean, from listening to the radio, I already knew. I was like, yo, they in the street. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the first thing I said. I said, yo, they in the street because like you got to understand, it's a thing of, like you said, when you heard it, you was like, oh man, they know somebody or they doing it or you know this and that. But you can tell whether you just know somebody or you in the streets.
Or in it. And you could tell from their rap, you're like, oh, these cats are in the drug game.
Yeah. So when I heard them and they was talking about I got caught dealing at the age of 15, you know, I'm like, dang, okay. You know what I mean? So yeah.
But did you recognize their talent in rap right away? Like even from those early songs with Pharrell, where you're like, oh, these dudes got it.
No, because I just was hearing the way they put together coke rap. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm like,
so you didn't see a market for it yet?
Nah, man, I won't think about none of that.
You weren't thinking about none of that?
I won't think about none of that at the time. I mean, I was because I actually took another guy from my neighborhood with me there because I wanted to, chance. I ended up wanting to try to put the neighborhood on, you know. So that was my main mission, was to go in there on some, hey, you know, eventually trying to get, because, you know, we used to all rap around it, this and that, but I got to the point of seeing how it works. And I'm like, man, I want to be the CEO, you know, I want to rap. So I went in there with the mind frame of hopefully start a label or something,
Did y'all, this fool just contradicted himself in the worst way. I don't miss nothing. Maybe this interviewer, I would double back. You just said he asked you, he said, did you notice their talent and that they could be, he said, I wasn't thinking of none of that, right? I wasn't thinking of none of that. I wasn't looking for none of that. And then he said, oh, yes, I was. I was thinking of starting a label. That contradiction was insane. I mean, literally, Ahana, that's the craziest. I got to put that back a little bit so y'all can catch it.
Because I just was hearing the way they put together coke rap.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm like,
So you didn't see a market for it yet?
nah, man, I won't think about none of that.
See? So you didn't see a market for them rapping and stuff. I wasn't thinking about none of that.
You weren't thinking about none of that?
I won't think about none of that at the time. I mean, I was, because I actually took another guy from my neighborhood.
I wasn't thinking about none of that at the time. I was because what? What the? Okay.
with me there, because I wanted to, chance. I ended up wanted to try to put the neighborhood on, so that was my main mission, was to go in there on some, hey, eventually trying to get, because, we used to all rap around it, this and that, but I got to the point of seeing how it works. And I'm like, man, I want to be the CEO, I want to rap. So I went in there with the mind frame of hopefully start a label or something, I always had that, I want to hide my money, but it wasn't for no fame or this and that. It was, I want to hide my money, because at this time I got barbershops and hair salons and clothing stores and all that kind of stuff. So my mind was, my main focus just wasn't even the drugs. You know what I mean? I had, different streams of income.
Right.
So that wasn't it. So when I'm going there, it was more so of I'm trying to see how I can make some money.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
But
Okay.
you started off saying I wasn't even thinking about that, bro.
So you were already laundering your money, like from the jump. Like as soon as you got put on and you were the kilo man, like you were buying businesses.
Yeah.
And music was obviously back then was one of the key ways that street cats were trying to wash their money. Almost every rap label has some dirty money attached to it, right?
Yeah.
How was that first meeting?
Bro, no, bro, you can, bro, how you, that's something like, this is some crazy work, bro. How you gonna let he just rapped off, bro, this how they come back and get you. They did that with Murder Inc. and them, Ja Rule and them, right? And they came back and they said that all your money came from Supreme Team. Right? And they had them in court. That's how, bro, are you crazy? I'm like, this bro just wrapping up Pharrell and the Clipse and all that. You can open cases like that. Sitting up there saying that all your drug, and then this dude he just labeled it all. He just wrapped it up in a bow for him. He said all these rapper labels got started by this drug money and all. Oh my goodness.
Businesses.
Yeah.
And music was obviously back then was one of the key ways that street cats were trying to wash their money. Almost every rap label has some dirty money attached to it, right?
So that's what he tied it. He said, so basically you was trying to launder your money, right? And this brother told me he did with the keys, so he trying to tie it into Pharrell and the Clipse and them starting oh, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
How was that first meeting at the studio with them?
Just like I said, it was see, because you gotta understand, because Pharrell was there. So once Pharrell saw me, now he's looking like, yo, this that same boy from fighting and stuff at the high school games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he already thinking I'm on some rah-rah, because he don't know from the couple of years that's passed, I transitioned into who I was. You know what I mean? And because back then I was like robbing and like I started doing all of that before I actually got on. But once I did something, one of my last like heists, it was a thing of, man, I can't do that no more. You know what I mean? Because I don't, it was a thing of, it's just a feeling of like, I ain't trying to get in no trouble. So I was always, people used to look at it as scary. Oh man, he's scary, dude. It's scary, but it was a thing of, I just didn't want to get in no trouble.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So he don't know this. All he know is, he owns something.
That guy's a gangster. Look out.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then the neighborhood that I represent, because everybody know about the neighborhood I represent.
Right.
So.
But what did you guys talk about? Like, what was were you trying to meet?
No, so what ended up happening?
What was the point of the meeting?
No, he was just taking me to the studio.
Okay.
He won't take me to meet. He was just like, yo,
Yeah.
These my guys who, you know, who he basically grew up with and he know and all that, you know. So
The interviewer like, yeah, yeah. He like, what's the purpose of the meetup? Get to the drugs. Yo, Cuzzo, Dirty Laundry Media. All I can hear him is saying is like, I can hear him saying like, okay, get back to Pharrell. Get back to what was your meeting them at the Clipse? What, were you laundering money through your drug money through the, I see like, wow.
So, like I say, I'm just on some, hey, I'm going there trying to make me some money, but they looking at it like, why you bringing this guy here? You know what I'm saying? But everybody else in the room knew what was going on, but it was an uncomfortable feeling from when Pharrell came and he looking like, yo, man, what y'all got? Because, you know, everybody used to call me, when you used to say my name, used to say my whole name, used to say Tony Gonzalez. Oh, man, that's Tony Gonzalez. Oh, that's Tony Gonzalez.
Right.
My real name, Anthony Gonzalez, but they, oh, that's Tony Gonzalez.
What was so did you jibe immediately with Pharrell, with Pusha?
So
like, did Real recognize Real?
So, yeah, but that was on, we ended up going to, not this particular day, but I ended up coming back. And, you know, we all got cool and me and Pusha ended up gelling.
Did they know you were the man that had the bricks?
Yeah, because everybody know
you had the reputation already.
Yeah, but at the time, it wasn't a thing of I had the bricks. It was a thing of two is he got the bricks, but he also business minded. You know what I'm saying?
So he just tying in. He said, did they know that you were the man with all the kilos? See, these stuff is like important if someone's putting together an indictment or something, right? Because it's given like, I forgot what they call that. You know how they try to give motive and all those type of things, right? It's like, you know, it's like, so did they know that you were the one selling all the keys all through when they let you in to, bro?
You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, everybody got the ear to the street on certain things.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't a thing of not this particular day, but I ended up coming back. And, you know, we all got cool and me and Pusha ended up gelling.
Did they know you were the man that had the bricks?
Yeah, because everybody know
you had the reputation already.
Yeah, but at the time,
You say, yeah.
it wasn't a thing of I had the bricks. It was a thing of two is he got the bricks, but he also business minded. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, everybody got the ear to the street on certain things.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they was dealing with a guy by the name of Shampoo at the time, right? You know, he was he used to go crazy, you know, and Shampoo ended up getting.
He naming more people names. He said they was dealing with a dude getting their drugs from some dude named Shampoo. And he used to, I found out his story. So this white dude's supposed to be a ex-trafficker of weed for the Sinaloa cartel in Oregon. So this white dude right here is from Portland, Oregon. And he did weed for the Sinaloa cartel. He went to college in Eugene, Oregon and all that. And then that's where he got this channel telling his trafficking story with his weed. But they be, I don't know, this just looking real police-ish, right? So they be making these deals and stuff. Yay, lining dudes up. That's exactly what this is, cuz I'm like, he is lining dudes up, okay? Yeah, and so that's, once they, that's how they be getting out of their sentences and stuff, right? And they allow them to make these channels and stuff. He's also supposed to be a stand-up comedian too, or something like that. I had to do my research before I bring anything. I had to find out who is this dude and what, because all I was getting was police. You heard? I watched this. All I got was this is a lineup if I ever see the lineup. So I'm like, who is this dude? And I found out. I'm like, oh, that don't mean nothing. That just means that's how you start working for the boys, right?
Saying because everybody got the ear to the street on certain things.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they was dealing with a guy by the name of Shampoo at the time, right? He was he used to go crazy, and Shampoo ended up getting killed.
Good.
So it basically
Well,
like when he ended up
Not good, but at least Shampoo dead. He used to go crazy. I mean, he used to sell a lot of drugs. So they used to deal with Shampoo.
getting killed. And now I'm around because I end up dealing with Shampoo on certain times when you know, because you gotta understand, by this time, my Uncle Renee ended up getting deported and all that. So my Uncle Renee's not around.
Got it.
You know what I mean? Josh is locked up, and you know what I mean? So I'm pretty much out here by myself, you know, and so we end up getting cool, you know. But
That was a tie-in. So he said they used to deal with Shampoo to do their drugs, but Shampoo got killed, and so now I'm here. Wow. He like, so that's kind of like, oh man, that doesn't look good.
ended up developing to, you know, we'll do this.
So after Shampoo got smoked,
Then
it sounds like you started supplying these guys.
That's how basically I ended up selling or dealing with a lot of guys in Norfolk. So before then, I probably go to a club, you know, clubs or something like that in Norfolk, but I wasn't going there. My uncle used to be out like the Yarns Parks and stuff like that, you know, before he got deported. But I wasn't going out there. You know what I mean? I'm a beach boy. Like I ain't, but they was pretty much my insight to a whole nother area.
So it sounds like your market, when your uncle got deported, you just got more clientele.
Yeah.
Wow. So how much weight are you bringing down?
So I'm dealing with this guy. He was Guyanese. I'm dealing with this guy. His name was Starch, right? And he used to go to a payphone. He used to go to a payphone about the 7-Eleven I live there with. It was crazy. But I used to always see him before I started dealing with him because my cousin Tyke, the one who I told you used to ride past in the vehicle, I'm going to see him. He's dealing with the guy Starch, who I used to see, little old Honda Accord, right? So he told me one day, yo, that's the dude who, you know, that I'm getting work from this and that. So I'm like, introduce him to me. You know what I mean? And I end up talking to him. We end up getting cool. He just ain't like the way I used to flash. Because like I said, he was Honda Accord, you know, like payphone, like, you know, so but we ended up getting real.
So Starch was low key, Honda Accord. He didn't like that you were flashy. He sure enough wouldn't like you name dropping him, right? Dirty Laundry. He wouldn't like you name dropping him. Definitely wouldn't like that.
Good. So what he ended up doing, he used to come back with like a trash bag full of 30 keys, right? And I probably at the time I was probably buying like 10.
Wow. What were you paying?
Yo, he's talking big level snitching too. He just says Scratch or whatever his name was used to come by with a grocery bag of 30 keys. Oh my goodness. And you saying, I don't care about the nickname, bro. You know they tie you through your nickname, right? You know, nickname guys, that's how they find you. Who's Scratch? They got this Scratch and such and such. This dude is snitching on just as crazy.
So we ended up getting real good. So what he ended up doing, he used to come back with like a trash bag full of 30 keys, right? And I probably at the time I was probably buying like 10.
Wow. What were you paying?
No, with him, I was paying something crazy like 28.
Per key?
Yes.
Holy.
Yes. But the thing was, it was the best coat in the world. Wow. But that's how he knew that it was crazy. So he used to come with the whole 30 and he says, take what you think you can handle. So, you know what I mean?
How many would you take?
I probably take like 20. You know what I mean? Sometimes I take the whole trash bag, but you know what I'm saying? But it was just so high. So
you stopped going. So was that a better plug than going up and getting the good price up in New York?
So I end up eventually. So when I ended up getting a clothing store, you know, and
he just snitched on his plug big time, said his name and everything. Shout out to Emo Cadelli. Sorry if I didn't say that right. Facts, 30 keys is crazy work. He's snitching on his plug. Seriously. All right, let's see.
I ended up getting a clothing store from another guy who I used to deal with. So I used to deal with Starch, right? But it was so high that I still had to go elsewhere at the time. So it was a guy I'm dealing with named AT. And he used to have different businesses and stuff. Had nail salon, clothing store, this and that.
He just dropped another name.
So he wanted to sell me the clothing store because he was like getting out the game or something was going on with him. So he tells me, yo, I'm gonna take you to New York and show you where to go get the clothes from and the whole nine. So he's taking me to Chinatown to bring the clothes back or whatever. So at this time, every time I probably going like probably once a month. So as I'm going up there doing that.
This is a funny one. So he got a clothing store because he's trying to launder in VA. And he got a boy that's taking him to New York to get his clothes. He's selling bootleg, but he's taking him to Chinatown. Guys, that's not where you go get your bootleg. That's Z quality. You go to the black market district, so he didn't have to hook up. Whoever, that's a tourist thing. When they go to Chinatown, you're getting Z quality. You're not getting A quality. Your Jordan sneakers gonna have the man dunking backwards. You got a man gonna have you gonna have your Jordan man like this with his finger up his nose or so on your sneaker. That's straight Z quality. That's what I'm like. I be listening to stuff, it be making me laugh sometimes. I'm like, that was not the hookup. Take you to Chinatown. That's like going to Canal Street. I remember that my cousin was doing that. They would come from North Carolina. They would take the big bus, those buses, and they would go, but you could sell it. But they would go get their fake Louis bags and everything. They go to Canal Street. I'm like, yo, cuz, no, I got the hookup. I said, cuz, that's not the hookup. Yes, it is, cuz. I'm telling you, man, I'm getting the hookup. I'm selling. I said, next time you come, right? I said, yeah, he stayed getting beat. I told my man, I said, next time you come, hit me up. I'm going to take you to the black market district. Yo, I took him down there. He lost it. I took him and he bought A quality. He lost his mind. Like, yo, bro. I'm like, bro, you down there. That's the knockoff of a knockoff. Yo, cuz they getting knockoffs of knockoffs of knockoffs by the time you get to Canal and Chinatown. But anyway, yeah, he stayed getting beat. He green. He just,
So he tells me, yo, I'm gonna take you to New York and show you where to go get the clothes from and the whole nine. So he's taking me to Chinatown to bring the clothes back or whatever. So at this time, every time I probably going like probably once a month. So as I'm going up there doing that, now I'm going to Spanish Harlem and I'm going to get to work because right before my uncle end up get deported, we end up stop dealing with the Panamanians, right?
Right.
I remember Brooklyn. It was Brooklyn between Utica and Dean.
Oh yeah, so you're out there in Crown Heights.
Yep, that's where all the Panamanians was.
Yep,
that's exactly like that's where I was at. So they end up, the building ended up getting burnt up or something like that. So we go up there. They like chilled out for a while. So my uncle tell me, he said, "Listen, y'all hold on to y'all, money and stuff, and we're gonna string them along. Y'all, go ahead and party out here. So I'm like, all right. But we end up wanting to go and check and see what's going on. We go up there, they don't got no work. We end up paying them the money, and now we end up going to Spanish Harlem. That's when I first realized Spanish Harlem. And I didn't want to go. We had the money on us. My uncle
how much cash did you have?
And we probably had enough for probably about 5 keys. But this is the crazy thing. Josh is like,
that's really bad news. So they're going up to get a new connect. When he's saying Spanish, he's talking about Broadway and all that, right? That's my channel. What he's talking about, if y'all go on my video on my channel about reeing up for the Colombians, that's exactly what he's talking about. That's what they call Spanish Harlem, right? That's what he's talking. The stupidest thing in the world is to go up there to get 5 keys. That's like $100,000 or something, right? Right? You really tripping.
He ready because he's the one who was bringing it back, right? My uncle was the plug. I'm the one who can get rid of it. Now they want to go in Spanish Harlem and get some work with our money. I'm scared. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Like, I heard all the crazy stories. So my uncle like, do you think I'll let something happen to you? Like, really? And I knew my uncle was like the hardest person in the world to me. You know what I mean? So,
Now the good thing they do got going from them though is his uncle is Panamanian, so he speaks Spanish, and his uncle's probably about it. OG. Other than that, he's correct. He should have been shook. You're talking in the 90s, going uptown, going to get with $100,000 on the block? They up on Broadway, 140 or something, 145th, 150, wherever he at. Where yo, he's tripping. You really, you ain't gonna just get got. You gonna get killed.
Really? And I knew my uncle was like the hardest person in the world to me. You know what I mean? So, and so we ended up going. We ended up going on the block. And I remember all the guys hopping out with the calculators and stuff. I do for you, Poppy. I do for you. I do for you. Wow. And they were selling about $1 gram. You know, like it wasn't no. I want a key. I want to have about $1 gram. So I'm like, how do you think? So now we supposed to.
Yeah, I want 5,000 grams, Poppy.
Yeah, no, we ain't doing that. You know what I mean? So I ended up meeting this guy named Roberto. And we ended up getting cool. And that was our first time dealing with them. So we was going back and forth until, Josh ended up getting knocked. And so down, I'm starting to go back with the clothing store, getting the clothes, but I'm on the hit them like once a month. Right. I ain't making it an average thing. So as I'm home, I'm dealing with Starch, and I'm dealing with AT, who turned me on to the clothing store.
Right. So you're paying more by just staying in Virginia, but you can get more and it's easier. Exactly. I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
Now, this is fascinating. You have all these legal businesses, like the clothing business. Were you actually making legitimate profit off that, or were you just using it to clean your money up?
So I was trying.
I
was trying, but the thing is, I'm right by the mall. I'm across the street from the mall, Military Circle, right? So now I got to try to get all my friends and different people to come here. So I'm doing the flyers, got the business cards, and got to call friends. Yo, I'm here, this and that. But now you got to know, I'm expecting them to buy jeans and clothes and stuff from Chinatown.
Right, right. I mean? It's not good quality.
They already know the lick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That was my point exactly. I'm like, bro, you got a clothing store. If anybody know it, they're not buying that Z quality knockoff of a knockoff of a knockoff. Shout out to M.O. Cadelli. He said, so this the guy who got and caused the Clipse to break up in 09. Interesting. Facts. That's very interesting. Yes, this is this dude. And in 2025, bro, he's snitching on them again. Shout out to Dewan Brown over there on Facebook. Shout out to Dewan. This dude come out in 2025, he's snitching on them again, bro. Like, bro.
So they're like, yo, like, man, we ain't messing with that. You know what I'm saying? So it became just a front to say I had it. You know what I mean? Put my mom up there on the thing, and because I call it GG's. So so now you gotta know, I'm expecting them to buy jeans and clothes and stuff from Chinatown.
Right, right. I mean? It's not good quality.
They already know the lick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they're like, yo, like, man, we ain't messing with that. You know what I'm saying? So it became just a front to say I had it. You know what I mean? Put my mom up there on the thing, and because I call it GG's. So it had something to do with her, and I just basically gave it to her.
Yeah. So now you're just on millionaire, just moving weight. Are you giving material to Pusha and his guys?
Back then when we first started, before we, called it quits. Yeah. We was.
Whoa. How you just gonna tie yourself in? Yo, this dude is leading him into, he trying to get Pusha. He keeps saying Pusha too. What's his name? His brother, the one who following God and Jesus. He good. He focus on Pusha, because Pusha keep talking. Yo, he ain't just threw his mom in the RICO and all that, right? He just said, I gave her, put it in her name, the clothing store and all that. It was just a front for laundering his money. You see? Yo, this is craziness, bro. I'm like, this is right now, 2025. So guys, this interview was yesterday. I was on this one quick. I was gonna do something for the 25 to life, and the Most High just showed me. I seen it. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, all right, let's just do it. He just did this yesterday. Like, this is now. So he just threw his mom's in the RICO. Now he just said, did you give pushing them some drug? Hold on, let me go that back. And he said, yeah. Bro.
Yeah. So now you're just on millionaire, just moving weight. Are you giving material to Pusha and his guys?
Back then when we first started, before we, called it quits. Yeah. We was, So it was a thing of like I had it was a separate team, you know, with the guys them who I grew up with and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was the guys them who was doing the music.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand, with that came trying to clean up too. You know what I mean? So that's why it was always like a hush hush thing.
Mm-hmm.
People saying, "Oh man, they ain't really sold no drugs. Oh, Push ain't never did that, this and that." Because it's like, what you expect for y'all to see me or to get caught for you to know about it? You know what I'm saying? Of course. So they kept it.
They're being very quiet about it.
They were being
very hush hush about them selling drugs, and you coming out to snitching on their hush hush. The one who was supplying them, bro. This is crazy work. I can't believe this is happening. Boy, black people, y'all, black people need to stop, man. My goodness, bro. You just handing people over to the, like, let them bros live. They out there doing their music and stuff. You didn't, like, oh my goodness.
Quiet about it. But they ran it up, definitely.
Yeah. And they were moving keys for you?
They was moving. Yeah.
You could say it. Statute is long gone. Statute is long gone. You could say it. So they're moving keys for you?
Yeah, they was moving. They was moving.
Yeah.
And
moving. Were they?
Oh, yo. I can't believe I'm even hearing this. Like, yo, did he just, hold on. I got to go back again. I know I'm tripping. Hold on.
Stand with that came trying to clean up too. You know what I mean? So that's why it was always like a hush hush thing. Mm-hmm. People saying, "Oh man, they ain't really sold no drugs. Oh, Push ain't never did that, this and that." Because it's like, what you expect for y'all to see me or to get caught for you to know about it? You know what I'm saying? Of course. So they kept it.
They're being very quiet about it.
They were being very quiet about it, but they ran it up, definitely.
Yeah. And they were moving keys for you?
They was moving.
Yeah. You could say it. Statute is long gone. Statute is long gone. You could say it. So they're moving keys for you?
Yeah, they was moving.
Yeah. And were they now wholesale? Like, were most of your customers also wholesale guys that were giving it to street dealers, or were they cooking up?
So most of mine was family. That's why I say it was just family. So it became a point.
Okay, I can't just let that go on. Like, yo, in my Kelly Deli, yo, this is just nuts, bro. I'm gonna call you emo for sure. Yo, emo, that is nuts, bro. Yo, cuz, Khalid, this is crazy work. Everybody, this fool just literally said out his mouth that they was selling. He said, yeah. And then he let this dude say, you can say it. You can say it, the statue. Man, miss me with that statue stuff. I don't care about no statute of limitations when you're talking about somebody else. Nah. I'm good with that. Because let me explain something to y'all. This is what I don't trust. Do y'all not know these people make the laws and they can change laws? You know that tomorrow they can say, okay, there's no more statute of limitations on this. And they can just pass that a law, and now everything, come on, bro. I don't trust, that's why I don't play nothing about no statute of limitations. On this channel, I tell everything that I did my time and I served my time for. I don't tell nothing on nobody else that is doing nothing or have done nothing. I don't play no statute of limitations. That's why I said the only time I did that, said something, is when it came to shoplifting. You know, something that small. I mean, not when it comes to no drugs, no robberies, no stick-ups, no killing, no nothing. I ain't saying nothing about nobody, myself, none of that. Unless only way I'm saying about myself is if I did my time, because I did my time for all that, and I'm a civilian now. For everything I did, I served my time for it. This is crazy. Oh, Dirty Lunch said they just did it in New York. That's why Russell Simmons moved the Valley. That was smart what Russell did. Smartest thing in the world. Diddy should have did it too. His idiot juice. They should have known when Russell bounced. All these dirty digglers, they dirty dingling digglers. They should have all bounced when Russell bounced. Oh man, this craziness, bro. This is crazy. He just snitched on the Clipse. All right, hold on.
Quiet about it, but they ran it up, definitely.
Yeah. And they were moving keys for you?
They was moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could say it.
Yeah.
Statute is long
I
gone.
already
Statute is long gone. You could say it. So they're moving keys for you?
Yeah, they was moving. They was moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. They was
And
moving.
were they now wholesale? Like, were you most of your customers also wholesale guys that were giving it to street dealers, or were they cooking up?
So most of mine was family. That's why I say it was just family. So it became a point. I stopped dealing with everybody, and like you just couldn't deal with me. So you had to deal with them.
Okay, so
You know what
your
I'm saying?
people were selling powder.
Yeah.
That's how high up you were. You were just dropping it off to a couple of guys.
Yeah.
And
I
they were
stopped
all
selling crack. You know what I mean? That was
no, I'm saying the people that you're dumping keys off to.
Yeah.
It sounds like they were also high up enough to be giving powder out wholesale to their people.
Yes.
Got
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. Because I'm still like, I still have starch, and then I still have that
New York.
in New York. So I got a combination of
Right.
variety.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because I used to always had the mind of prices, different prices.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Was there a different quality in the Coke when you went up to New York versus getting it from starch?
Yes, very. Because in New York, they sell it by the gram, but it can be a couple of dollars more for different Coke. So they like, you know how like you got different strains of weed? They had different grades of Coke.
Okay, hold on. But how would you coddle together? If you went up with $100,000, how would you coddle together 5 kilos, 5,000 grams out of just buying grams one at a time? I don't get it.
What you mean?
How would you put together 5 keys if they only sell 1 gram at a time?
No,
that make sense.
So this is the thing. So we'll probably get like 3, 2, you know, all depending on our method of getting it back. But that's what we had to do. You know what I'm saying? But when I'm by myself, it was a whole.
What is this fool talking about? So is he? First of all, you ain't got no connect at all in New York. If you buying it by the gram, that's you on street. That meant you ain't made no connect. So Roberto, whoever you said, did not hook you up. Because trust me, if you had a connect in New York, you would have been buying your keys. You won't be on the street buying no gram. You'll be up in the buildings, right? So you apparently. So he's trying to make us say, like, how was you buying 3 keys by the gram? Like, that's why he took the price. This is crazy.
Different ball game, but it ended up so like in my book, right? I broke it down like this. We going to New York. So my uncle, this how we end up stop messing with New York. I goes and I tell I can't think of his name.
Doesn't matter. Nobody knows them.
So I say Eddie.
Okay.
So I tell Eddie, I'm like,
He want people name, boy. I can't think of his name. You should. Yeah, there's some DJ Vlad stuff, Wire.
Uncle said, yo, Eddie don't know English. So my uncle speaks Spanish to him, whatever. So my uncle came up with this plan. He said, listen, because he would never front us. They'll only give us what our money allow. That's why we say, man, I ain't gonna get the 5, I ain't gonna get the 4 because of the price. So I'm telling to my uncle, like, I'm gonna get him to front us. So he says, he tell them we want more than what we want because he figuring he'll bring the big man out. Right, because where we used to meet him at, it was like a company with like the phone cards. So and all them in there talking to that.
Yeah.
So that's what we used to meet him at. So like when we getting like the 2 and the 3, this and that, but we tell him, yeah, we want more, this and that, but he can't negotiate no price. He probably getting like a point or 2 or whatever.
Right.
So he like, nah, this and that. So my uncle tell him one day, yo, we want 5 keys, right? And so he like, yeah. So now he got to go and holler at somebody because he like, yeah, they want 5 keys for the same way you asking that question. Like who does that, right? But my uncle is tired of doing that too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he ended up setting up a meet because the big guy now wanted to see us. We're in the restaurant. So we go to the restaurant. Now I got the guy, remember I told you the guy Drew, who used to be with my uncle back in the day. I got Drew with me and I got my uncle with me. Josh wasn't even there. Josh was locked up. Yeah, Josh was locked up at the time. So as we sitting in the restaurant, the plan was for when they asked, for the money, my uncle go get into saying, hey, I wanted to meet you, this and that. Or we only got, I think we only had enough for like 2 keys on us. and we ordered in 5s. So my uncle trying to break it down to him. That was he figured he gonna explain to him this and that. As we sitting down, the first thing, you know, my Uncle Rick tried to explain to him, they don't want to talk. They're like, yeah, we're gonna eat first. You know what I mean? All I'm speaking Spanish, you know what I mean? I'm picking up on a little bit of it. You know, I'm like, all right, cool. By the time he finished eating and my uncle ready to tell him what's going on, I got my cousin outside and I had I think a green Ledger at the time. She's in the car, right? Because she was gonna bring it back, right? My uncle tell him, yo, we only got this, that. Now they freaking out. There's another guy who keep coming back and forth, right? When my uncle tell him, yo, I only got half the money, you know, this and that, I want in the front, this and that, man, dude like went off like, yo, how can you do this? Well, that's bad business. And, you know, he didn't care about, you know, the simple fact of that. He said, we lying. But the thing was, they had sent somebody already out to the car already, right? And was trying to, you know, actually set it up, actually took the work, put the work inside the vehicle.
So what he's saying is, because he's a horrible storyteller, what he's saying is, this is some bad business. This stuff would have got you killed. They told these, I guess, New York Panamanians, whatever, that they wanted 5 keys, but they only had enough for 2 keys, right? So they stupidly, because this stuff could get you killed. So the Panamanians like, okay, yeah, we're going to eat and stuff there in the restaurant and everything. They had the girl waiting in the green Act Legend. Shout out to the Accurate Legends. That's back in the days in the 90s. Act Legends was the joint, right? And so the girl was waiting. She was going to drive it back. So the uncle, Panamanian uncle, was talking to him in Spanish, and he letting them know that they don't got enough. They only got half the money. Bro, that is insane right there. That will get you killed so fast. That is really, really crazy, foolish stuff to do, right? So now he said the Hispanics, they didn't want to talk to him after that, right? Which makes sense, right? So he said they had already went to the act bigger. They had already went to the car. They had already had people outside. That's how they do, right? Working. And they had already took all the 5 keys and put it in the Act Legend, the girl's car. When they found it out that these dudes ain't got the money, that stuff will get you killed. They lucky they didn't get kidnapped and stuff for that right there.
How can you do this? Well, that's bad business. And, you know, he didn't care about, you know, the simple fact of that. He said, we lying. But the thing was, they had sent somebody already out to the car already, right? And was trying to, you know, actually set it up, actually took the work, put the work inside the vehicle, right? End up, once they found out we had all the money, somebody ended up coming back, taking whatever out. And we only had enough for a key and a half. They don't do halves. They only do wholes. So we ended up just getting the key with them being mad. So they did give us the key, right? So, but the thing was, the whole time we in here, they still got people.
That's an actually real connect. The fact that they don't even break it in half, I ran into that before. My first one, he didn't do halves, but I think I said that on the story just channel. If not, I ain't get to that story. I think it's in my book. I think that's in the book, the part that's in the part of the book I finished. I still got to finish, but and I talked them in because I was just starting back. And he sold me the half, and I promised him, I promise you, I'll be coming back. And each time, and I kept my word. I did my time for the crimes committed, but that's an official connect when they don't even break it. They only sell keys or better. That's it. That's a real official connect. So they lucky they didn't get killed, because that connect like that. That's the story when I think I said on the channels, when they had the girls naked and the big AK-47s, and just, that was craziness, bro. That 90s in New York and that era was craziness.
Right. End up, once they found out we had all the money, somebody ended up coming back, taking whatever out. And we only had enough for a key and a half. They don't do halves. They only do wholes. So we ended up just getting the key with them being mad. So they did give us the key. Right. So, but the thing was, the whole time we in here, they still got people out there.
Yeah.
You understand? So, man, we end up leaving with just the key.
Yeah, Dominicans suck. Anyways, no, I've heard these terrible stories about people trying to cop work from Dominicans. It's all over the place. Like
Yeah.
they have to coddle together everything. So it sounds like the main work was coming from your guy in Virginia. What was his name? Starch?
Yeah, Starch.
So how was he able to get such quantity and such good coke? Who was his plug?
Well, fast forward, not to go too fast, when I end up hopping out of the game to go ahead and do the music, I end up passing Starch to my wife's cousin, right? Another.
Now he just snitched on his wife's cousin. This dude is telling on, yo, Emo, this dude is definitely a Fed. This dude just said, how did Starch, the connect, how did he get, who is his connect? This dude is trying to bring down the whole Panama, Colombia. This is crazy. This dude just snitched on his wife's cousin. Oh, I know oh my goodness, bro. He just telling on everybody.
And such good coke. Who was his plug?
Well, fast them being mad, so they did give us the key, right? So, but the thing was, the whole time we in here, they still got people out there.
Yeah.
You understand? So,
I went back too far.
man, we end up leaving with just the key.
Yeah, Dominicans suck. Anyways, no, I've heard these terrible stories about people trying to cop work from Dominicans. It's all over the place. Like they have to coddle together everything. So it sounds like the main work was coming from your guy in Virginia. What was his name? Starch?
Yeah, Starch.
So how was he able to get such quantity and such good coke? Who was his plug?
Well, fast forward, not to go too fast, when I end up hopping out of the game to go ahead and do the music, I end up passing Starch to my wife's cousin, right? Another guy from the neighborhood. And he started dealing with Starch. By the time I end up hearing about Starch again, he ended up getting hit and set up in Miami by one of his connects, something like that. That was the story that ended up coming out. I ended up seeing him in the federal prison.
Wow.
Yep.
So you ran into him.
Yeah,
so you got set up by his connect?
Yeah, he got set up by his connect.
Wow. Were they Colombians, you think?
I don't know.
Because that's a crazy plug to have.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. He got hit.
Did he ever have,
and it was actually in the newspaper and everything that, you know what I mean? I was like, wow.
How much time did he have?
He was a good, like for him to get caught, that's how he had to get caught, because he was so low.
So low.
Yeah.
It's always those guys. The guy that drives the Honda Civic that isn't flashy. He's the one that has the weight.
Yeah. He's they ended up deporting him.
Where is he from? He's Panamanian?
No, he was Guyanese.
Guyanese?
Yeah,
Guyanese. From Guyana, South America. Yeah. Wow, tiny little country.
Yeah.
But he had the plug. Okay, so he was bringing it in, giving it to you, and you're supplying. Did he have other guys like you in the Virginia area, or were you his main distributor?
You would never know what Starch.
Right, he'd never tell you.
Yeah, you would never know what Starch. But what ended up happening was my uncle finally ended up getting back to Panama, right? So I end up start going to Panama now. So you got to imagine, I'm going to Panama now too, because my uncle's back there.
Okay, how did your uncle get caught?
Okay, so my uncle ended up getting caught. He ended up getting set up. He ended up getting set up down there in Florida, right? Just so happened a policeman Panamanian, he was a police officer, but he was a dirty cop, right? And he's selling work. He's actually selling work. Wow. So my uncle said he got a plug down there in Florida. He always got a plug in Florida. It was like, that's what he was always going down to. If it wasn't New York, he was going to Florida. So he goes down there, actually caught a bus down there and everything. Then he's down there. The police officer ended up putting him on the wrong bus, because my uncle went in there so the guy can look out for him. So the guy give my uncle some work and he give him a gun. So it was two bus stations that you can leave out of, right? One of them is the one that nobody goes because you're going to get hit. The other one, they ain't tripping on. he ended up taking my uncle to the bad one. We ended up finding this out later. He ended up taking my uncle to the bad one. My uncle got caught on that bus, headed back to Virginia.
With how much?
Man, don't give me the line, but I know it probably was about at least 2-3 keys probably at the time. And
how long did he go away for?
So what happened was, now this is me now just coming into my own too, but I'm still trying to find, the
solid plug.
Yeah.
Right.
So he ended up calling me. I ended up going down there and bonding them out, getting them out. We ended up finding the guy house. The policeman house. Yeah, so my uncle, he traced the steps in the whole nine, and we end up finding the house. So he goes to the house, he's banging on the door, dude acting like he ain't home. And so he ended up going back. We ended up going back to Virginia, and he got put on probation. Like his first or second time going to see his PO, they grabbed him. And that's when they ended up deporting him. He ended up doing time in Texas.
How long did you? How much time did he do?
He did 5 years and then they deported him.
Okay, so now he's back in Panama, and after this time, after these 5 years, you're now on. Yeah. Your business has exploded.
Yeah.
So you go down there and see him. He's in Panama City, right?
Yep, Panama City.
He's from the hood down there,
yeah,
I believe, right?
Yeah.
What is that neighborhood down there in Panama City called?
He's from La Bogoton.
La Bogoton. Okay.
Out Rio Bajo.
Yo, this fool just winked. He just had him tell where his uncle is in Panama and label him down to what city he in. Right? And this dude is answering everything. Oh man, his uncle probably like, yo, bro, what are you doing, bro? So he told him his uncle is down in Panama now. And he said, what city?
And or 4th Street.
Okay.
And that's what you gotta say. When you ask him, he'll say all that. 4th Street. But
he gave him down to the street. You might as well give him the house number. 3377 such and such 4th Street. Man.
He ended up doing 5 years, and then they ended up deporting him.
Well, of course, that's what they do. Yeah, it would be dope if you just got caught and they just deported you. Yep. But they make you do your time and then they deport you.
So I ended up going to the first country carnival. So that's how it started.
Right.
Me going to the country carnival, going there to see him. And at the time when he getting back, he, still wide open now, Yeah. And so when we going out there, I'm like, so he turned me on to different people and stuff. And
okay, so he said he a horrible storyteller. He said by the time his uncle got back to Panama, he's still wide open because he was selling so much drugs and doing this thing in the States. And he's down there. He like, I guess he's looking at how they can get this money down there in Panama. Yeah, there's both of them working for the feds, right, guys? That's why I'm like, this is a Fed talking to a Fed. This is, no disrespect to the feds. I don't play no games. I am civilian. I'm just, what do we call this? For reactionary purposes only. Okay? Y'all do y'all thing. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I did my time. I lost everything. Right? I don't got nothing. I don't really, everything. So, right? Everybody got a job to do, but I just got nothing to do with it. You heard? Facts. I was not no snitch when I was in the game, and sure enough, ain't one now, and I'm legit. All right, so I ain't trying to get on nobody's bad side. Just I'm a child of the Most High. Might not want to mess with me, and the Father got my back. The Most High. So I don't think you want to mess with the Father, because I'm definitely righteous now. All right. So anyway, let's let this dude talk.
Right. Me going to the country carnival, going there to see him, and at the time when he getting back, he, still wide open now, Yeah. And so when we going out there, I'm like, so he turned me on to different people and stuff. And I ended up finding out, with the craziest numbers. I'm talking about 10,000 for a key of heroin, 2,500 for a key of coke.
Yeah.
Like weed, forget about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whoa, this dude talking numbers and everything. So now he just told his Uncle Rene in Panama, he said what city and what street he on. And he just said something for a Kia, 2,500 for a Kia Coke. Whoa, that gave me a flashback. Now I won't give crap. They can give me a Kia Coke for $1. I won't take it. Just understand that right now. You come give me a key of coke right now and be like, I give it to you for $1. I'm be like, I'm good. Facts. I'm good. Because I know what come with it. I would rather live my life what I'm doing right now, barely paying my rent, living, but I got freedom. I can eat, I can go, I can drink this cranberry juice, I can go in my refrigerator, I can use the bathroom when I can do what I ain't got the devil's a lie. You heard? So I'm good. But I'll be lying to y'all if that ain't ring a flashback. A key for 2,500, boy. Let me tell y'all something, guys. The Most High protected me from that. If I would have ever heard back in the days when I was in that game, a key, I would have been on the first plane to Panama. Facts. I would have been down there. I done did the stuff. Y'all know the stories on this channel. I done been in the craziest hoods. I'll be down there with bandos. I don't even speak the language. I be down there with, I done smuggled a gun. I would have had a knife or the screwdriver. I'm down there. What you doing here? The keys is 2,500. I'm going to the street. I'm going wherever it's at. It could be the most dusty in the jungles of whatever. I'm down there like 2,500. You know how much boy. And now the thing is, I got to get it from there. First of all, I got to survive. I got to make it to it. Then survive it, then got to get it back. And then got to do another trip. But that's how crazy. Yeah, I was definitely living that life back then. I would have 2,500 for a key. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. He just told on his uncle.
Kill coke.
Yeah.
Like weed.
Hold on.
You know, so he
Right.
How much he said for heroin?
so that's how it started.
Right.
Me going to the country carnival, going there to see him, and at the time when he getting back, he, you know, still wide open now, you know.
Yeah.
And so when we going out there, I'm like, you know, so he turned me on to different people and stuff, and I ended up finding out, you know, with the craziest numbers. You know, I'm talking about 10,000 for a kid heroin.
10,000. Yo, a kid heroin was what, 50 or 100? That's something crazy.
500 for a kid coke.
Yeah.
Like weed, forget about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Oh, so they had keys of heroin in Panama too.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Coming from Colombia, probably.
Yeah, I was getting it for 10,000 a key.
Okay, so now you're in smack too.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why, you know, that came up, you know, the whole Panama thing, whatever.
That's crazy.
That's how I started going there. You
How
know?
would you get and you could just kill him. If you can get a kilo of beige heroin back to Virginia, you could sell that for what, like 100,000 wholesale?
So let me tell you.
That's what I thought. It's about 100 G a key. Getting it, this is crazy the much he telling.
Yes. So I was selling for, that's crazy. I was selling for 100,000, no cut, no nothing.
Wow.
10.
No wonder people think I'm a Fed. I'm just so precise. I just know numbers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm so good, bro. Let me get back in the drug.
Yo, this dude just said, no wonder people think I'm a fan. I'm just so good. Yo, this part right here. This part right here. I wish I would have known this. I could have clipped that part and put it at the beginning of this video, right, Emo? It's like, no wonder people think I'm a fan. I'm just so good. Yeah, you so good at what you do. And you smell like him. Yeah. Y'all can't believe he just said that. He happy for it. Look at his face. He is just proud of it, too. Where in the world? Yo, this the funny part. Imagine if he wasn't a Fed. Like, let's listen to this. What street person you know, remember, he's supposed to have been a drug trafficker, too. What street person you know says this statement ever in... You know how they say that in the comment section? Says no one ever in life, right? You would be like, that statement says no drug dealer ever in life. What in what world does a drug dealer, ex-drug dealer says, no wonder everybody think I'm a Fed? What the hell? Pardon my language. That's how where they say that at? Where that's at? Says no drug dealer ever in life. Says nobody from the streets ever in life. This fool just said, no wonder everybody think I'm a Fed.
Kilo of beige heroin back to Virginia, you could sell that for what, like 100,000 wholesale?
So
Yeah, said no one ever.
tell you. Yes. So I was selling for, that's crazy. I was selling for 100,000, no cut, no nothing.
Wow.
10.
No wonder people think I'm a Fed. I'm just so precise. I just know numbers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm so good, bro. Let me get back in the drug. Fuck this podcast.
Nah,
this episode ain't coming out, bro.
please don't. Please don't.
I'm just
Please.
playing, bro.
No, but yeah. So the thing is, I can't get into the.
Oh, that was the ugliest. This dude, Vlad ain't got nothing on this dude. This dude is crazy. This is the craziest work. I think I think he about to get back to the Clipse again in a second. If I remember correctly, he about to get back to the Clipse. He gonna reel him back in. This dude ain't playing no games. He about to get this right back on track. We're gonna reel this right back on into the Clipse.
I'm gonna give one method because it's a method that I came up with.
Okay.
Yo, L'Oreal said that laugh looked like an ugly cry. It sure enough did. Yo, when he laughed, it looked like he's about to just cry. Like, what kind of ugly laugh was that? That's hilarious.
But the other one I can't because I don't know if it's still going on to this day.
You want
or
to give
not.
up the route?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, that's one thing I can't do to this day.
You
or
want to give
not.
up the route?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, that's one thing I can't do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't,
Understand.
And please don't. Please don't.
I'm just
Please.
playing, bro.
No. But yeah. So the thing is, I can't get into the. I'm gonna give one method because it's a method that I came up with.
Okay.
Right? But the other one I can't because I don't know if it's still going on to this day.
You want
or
to give
not.
up the route?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, that's one thing I can't do. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Understand.
And
So he's going to give up one method of how he smuggled the drugs into the country, but he's not going to give up the other one because he don't know people are still doing. You done told on your uncle. You done told where he at, what city and street and everything.
What was your route?
But the thing was, at the time, it was so quick and efficient. You only could send in one package, right? A half a key at a time. You know what I'm saying? So, so I will say that. But I came up with a method, right? It was they used to do liquid. And the same people, because they tell you they got different varieties.
Mm-hmm.
So they used to do liquid crack.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to take these jellyfishes. So like the little things that you shake, got the jellyfish, the starfish and stuff, and they got the liquid stuff in the inside.
Yeah, it's like a ornament
Yeah.
that you put on like a mantle, and it's like a kid's toy.
Yeah. That's how I used to do it. I had a Coke in there.
Wow. Into these
Yeah.
glass balls with liquid.
Yeah. And it wasn't glass. It was like a plastic.
Hard plastic.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
How did you come up with that idea?
Me being out there, trying to figure out ways and just trying to figure it
Well, he
out.
just told on how he smuggled the drugs into the country. Shalom Hakyama. And he said, so guys, when I was explaining earlier about how you take the cocaine and make it into crack, you take it into liquid, right? When you cook it, right? So I guess, which is correct, you could take that liquid, and I guess he said they poured that liquid into that jellyfish thing and shipped them in that way. And then once it get to its destination, the only thing you gotta do is open up that jellyfish thing, pour that liquid back into a glass and finish cooking it, and you could bring it back to crack. That's the whole fact. That was actually Genius criminal move that he came up with. He said he invented that.
That's just how when I told you, whenever I think about something, I'm selling something or whatever it is, I literally sit back for a while, smoke my weed, and I zone out. And the devil my method.
Did you have somebody help you?
Yes,
you must have, right?
So once I put them on, I end up putting them on to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I went to them like on some, hey, if I can do this, and so they end up helping me end up doing it.
Right.
But that was, like I said, that was my method though.
Right. Okay. So how much material could you get back at a time with that method?
Boxes. But the thing is, it all had to weigh the same. That's where people get things, you get caught, you get knocked off. Because if I got, even when it come down to the box,
right,
all of the ornaments in one side, they got to all weigh the same.
Right. To make it through customs.
Yeah.
Because customs weighs it. Yeah. And if one box of the same goods is off, they're going to say,
unless you got some heavy tape around or something, but.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, right. Okay. So you get back boxes of this liquid. Was it heroin or was it Coke?
Yep.
Wow. How much weight would that come out to?
Each box was like Man, so this is the thing. It wasn't a thing of saying like, oh, we're gonna put a key in here or we're gonna put this in there. You know what I'm saying? But it was like I think each thing was probably like each box was like 5,000 pounds
of crack.
Yeah.
So that's like 2,200 keys.
2,200? No, but we want 2,200. It was probably about good 20, 30 keys.
Oh, I see. The boxes weighed that much, but you get about, after you strained it all out, you get like 20 or 30 bricks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you literally got to cook it all. Like you really got to poke the hole and, you know what I mean? They actually had it right.
Wow. So how long would it take you to drain it? Like when it made it to the States, how long would it take you to get it ready?
So how I ended up doing it was each person had to end up doing their own. I'm not doing that. So each box, like you'll get a box, you'll get a box. So everybody had their own box.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you're paying $2,500 for these keys from Panama?
So I'm paying $2,500 for a key of powder.
Yeah. So what are you charging for a kilo of crack?
So I got to cook. So I have to. So I have to. It's more money now once it's coming back over. You know what I mean? Because I'm doing everything over here.
Yeah. You're getting it already there.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
right.
It's being scratched and everything. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Yeah.
So you take 1 key of powder, and how many in Panama? What would 1 key of powder stretch to crack wise?
Oh man, I don't know. I was too big. I
3 or 4 probably.
Yeah.
Wow. And then what are you selling them after? What are you giving them to your people in Virginia for?
At the time, man, it was so good. It was going for like $1,000 an ounce of crack. Yes. So I was selling for that's crazy. I was selling for 100,000, no cut, no nothing.
Yeah.
If you got crack, you know what I mean? It was like you gonna bust it down. Pause.
No, I'm talking about what you're giving it to your people.
Oh, yeah. So when I'm giving it to my people, they getting it for a straight deal. You know what I'm saying?
Like 20?
Yeah. I probably like 18.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah.
You know, the same thing I'm getting to work. The same thing I'm getting the key for a powder.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting extra, I get them the same thing.
Right.
See, because like I said, I was always that guy that I want to make sure that the team is right.
Oh yeah.
So I wasn't gonna try to milk the system. So whenever I had something, I'm always gonna put say like $1 on it, which I call $1,000.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I put $1 on it. So if I got 50, I make 50,000. I'm cool.
Right.
I don't need to make $1 trillion off that one package.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But in this case, it was the thing of if I'm getting it for this, I'm gonna make sure I show love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
yeah. But at the same time, it's your lick, so you deserve to make a little more.
You have to.
Wow.
People don't understand that.
So they were loving you. Your people were loving you.
Yeah.
Wow. What'd you get?
But that was the smart thing he's doing. He wasn't. He was giving it in sin, giving the prices to his people for a good price instead of marking it up like crazy. So taking care of everybody, making sure everybody eat. That's a big problem. What people do, they get greedy, and
Heron back the same way?
No, so like I said, the heroin came back a different way, but I couldn't.
You can't give up that route?
Yeah, I can't give up that.
But can you answer me this? I assume it's through freight, like the cocaine was, meaning like, I assume you weren't sending it on speedboats or having chicks swallow it. Like, I assume it's through like a commercial method. Can you answer that at least?
why do you want to know that, bro? Bro, this is the craziest police stuff I ever heard. He like, I can't give you up the way that they bringing the heroin in, but can you answer this? Is it by freight? Is it by speedboat? Like, bro.
Mail.
There you go. That's a commercial method. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. I asked that because I assume it's through freight, like the cocaine was, meaning like, I assume you weren't sending it on speedboats or having chicks swallow it. Like, I assume it's through like a commercial method. Can you answer that at least?
Mail.
There you go. That's a commercial method. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. I asked that because I just had a guy on and we were talking about like how Trump can he stop the cartels? Can he stop fentanyl? It's like, no, you can just use FedEx. But anyways, yeah, it's fat and it's been happening for a long time. So are you spending more and more time down in Panama? Do you get a place down there?
Yeah. So
Like, how do you manage going back and forth?
back then?
Yeah.
So I used to stay at the casino because they got a casino rate. Like the hood is like down the street basically from the casino.
There always is.
Yeah. So
Go to Atlantic City.
Yeah. So I used to stay at the casino because my uncle, his he stayed in the hood at this time.
Right.
My mother and what I mean, one bedroom, hot is on the what,
You're getting all this money though. Like, don't you upgrade his living a little bit?
So, no, at this time, no, because you gotta understand they are so poor, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we was this, they're not gonna spend their money on that. They're not spending their money on, let me go get a new house. Let me go do this. No, they ain't doing none of that, right? But I had like the guys in them, like my friends, them who are down there.
Mm-hmm.
I used to take them shopping. I used to buy. I'm talking about get haircuts, shopping, the whole nine.
Mm.
And but it was so poor. It was like every time when I would come, as I'm riding to the hood, everything I bought, I see somebody with it. Somebody might got some fruit or something on their head, and they got the same clothes that I bought my man King Kong. I'm like, yo, I bought King Kong there.
Yeah.
But that's how closer, everything is.
Yeah.
And but they were so like. I remember when I first started going, it's like 8 guys down there because I was going to try to get them to the States, which I'm glad I won't because these are certified killers. These young boys, now it's so crazy because like if I show you pictures of them then and I take you down there and you see them now, you can be like, yo, did that dude, like they so different now, they working and such and such. Yeah. But when I first go down there, barely, like no English. The first words King Kong said to me was, kill out, kill out. When you're a juvenile down there and you kill somebody, you coming straight home.
Right.
And they wanted me to bring them to the States. So I was actually working on that.
Wow.
But father, my uncle and money, he takes care of the whole area.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and you when you're making so much money, like in places like that, you stay in that area. You know what I mean? It's like, they're not thinking about, their mind isn't like us. Like my uncle, his mind ain't like us to say, yo, I'm gonna spend this money, give me a new car, I'm gonna get this. They don't think like that. You know what I'm saying? Which is a good thing. You know what I mean?
They want to be kings of their
and I want to hold my money. You know what I'm saying? Like I need this. See, They think different, they think generational.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the difference.
Yeah. Smart.
You know what I'm saying?
Smart. But obviously you were thinking that too. So now that you have this, you're working with your uncle and you have this Panama route, you're making crazy money. I assume you're like a 7-figure guy now. You must have been thinking longer term, right? It seems like your brain is like that. Like, did you think, okay, now I gotta make an exit?
So all like I said, all this is before the music.
Right.
So my mind is the same thing as my uncle because I'm learning from him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so my mind is to save, put up, get businesses, like so the people don't come pick you up. You know what I mean? I didn't really know about the feds, but you know what I mean? With me watching The Wire and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But it was a thing of I need to say, I don't want nobody to look at me like a drug dealer.
Right.
Like that's one thing I never wanted. Like I don't want you to think, oh man, he gets money from drugs.
Right.
Like that just scare me. Like, man, I just opened up this. Oh yeah, you know he sells drugs. Oh my God.
Right.
No. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't my thing of, you know, because I didn't want fear. You know what I mean? I don't want to fear me. You know, people think drug dealers fear. Like I didn't want any of that.
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying? So
how did that lead to the music business then? How did the music business come into play?
Because I ended up meeting bigger connects when I got into the music game.
Bigger than you already had?
Man, I'm gonna tell you the honest truth. Back then was so much fun when it came to like before the music and the doing it the way you know, just that drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a still grind because I'm still, even though I had the money and I had like all the cars from the GS when Jay-Z first said, you know, came out with Dead Predators and he had the green like Lex. I had to get that Lex. You know what I mean?
Love that
from like I said with the Legends to the Acuras to the, you know, them like me watching my uncle and then that's what I did, right?
Right.
And it was just amazing, man. Like,
so how did this lead?
But I still feel like I was a corner boy. You know what I'm saying? Even though I had the money and it wasn't on the corner, I still felt like I was a little boy because my plugs was plugs. And like I said, even with going, you know, to the Panamas and stuff like that, it was a thing of getting into music and meeting the plugs that I got. And there was like big boy plugs.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, well, when I say big boy plugs, because that's big boy like in a whole nother country, but from being in the States, you know what I mean? If you can get work to your doorstep, that's what I call big boy plug.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Like
if I got to go get it,
yeah,
now I got to work.
Right.
Now that's a lot of sweat equity. Like you said well before, now I feel like I get paid more because I'm the one going to do this, going to do that. If it get not, I'm out of money.
So you had the kind of connects that were like, how many you need 20? I'll have them there by next week, and they'd be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So how did these new plugs, how were they involved in the music business?
So how my first one, it was a guy in Texas, Mexican, and he wanted to do a feature. He wanted to do a feature with the guys.
With
music.
But with which guys?
With the Clipse.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they came from, this was early on. And I charged them like.
He made him say who it was. He said he got with a drug connect in the music business and he wanted to do a song, a feature song with the guys. And he said, which guys, to make him say it. And he said the Clipse. He pulling them in again.
Guys.
With the Clipse.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they came from, this was early on. And I charged them like something crazy. I didn't think they were even going to pay it.
He was a rapper?
Yeah, he was a rapper.
A Mexican rapper?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So this guy ended up becoming a manager for the Clipse. I guess now he's about to go back in on the Clipse, right? So he says he charged them because he's the Clipse manager when there's a rap group and this drug dealer, Mexican, what do you call him? Something drug dealer. He said he charged him a lot of money.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
His name was something red.
Okay.
Something red or something like that. They probably got the video somewhere. It was so crazy.
Wow.
And we did that video, and the guy who came up
with
music.
But with which guys?
With the Clipse.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they came from, this was early on. And I charged them like something crazy. I didn't think they were even going to pay it.
He was a rapper?
Yeah, he was a rapper.
A Mexican rapper?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
His name was something red.
Okay.
Something red or something like that. They probably got the video somewhere. It was so crazy.
Wow.
And we did that video, and the guy who came up, I ended up charging him like, man, I want to say like 50,000 or something crazy like that.
Just for a feature, a Clipse feature on their.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I charged them keys, and I gave the guys the money.
So you charged them in keys, and then you sold it and then paid out the 50.
I think I should have clipped to that part. What I think I should have did, but I can do it later, is just clip all the parts where he incriminating the Clipse. Now he just said he was the manager for the Clipse rap group. And this Mexican wanted to do a feature, a song with them. He charged them $50,000 and he charged them in kilos. So he just said out his mouth, and then he said he took the kilos, sold them, and gave the money to the Clipse. It's like he's incriminating them and stuff like this is crazy. This is crazy. They're gonna need a lawyer. I would be like, I need to call a lawyer.
That video, and the guy who came up, I ended up charging them like, man, I want to say like 50,000 or something crazy like that.
Just for a feature, a Clipse feature on their.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I charged them keys, and I gave the guys the money.
So you charged them in keys, and then you sold it and then paid out the 50.
I bought, like he basically gave that, and I get,
Holy.
And so he became my plug.
Wow. Does history know that?
And so that guy became his new drug plug connect.
No, but
That's crazy.
But in my paperwork, it says because he ended up going through the airport and he had some money orders, right? That I ended up giving him.
Yeah.
That came from a show. Right? We got paid from a show. And because I had an accountant in New York by the name of Burt Padell. Everybody used this accountant, right? To a point, Biggie.
He just brought in Burt Padell. Everybody, Burt Padell is a famous music manager that all the famous stars had. I'm talking about Madonna, Michael Jackson, like everybody. Biggie Smalls made songs, Stash on Cash with Burt Padell, In Hell. Stay up in your middle like Tony, get up in the middle like Moni, stay up in like Tony, that song. Burt Padell was actually our manager, me and Granddaddy IU when I was with Granddaddy IU. I got a story in this channel that I ain't do yet about Burt Padell. IU's business manager. So I've met Burt Padell. I've been in 57th Street in Manhattan. Big talking about everybody's a music manager. Madonna, I guess he talking about Pharrell, Clipse, he had everybody. Jay-Z, like Burt Padell. This is some person, I'm like, I don't know who Burt Padell is, but he's ran everybody's money through sports, music, and entertainment forever. He got to be one of the highest serpent seeds. Burt Padell. So he just pulled Burt Padell into his, but I know they can't touch Burt Padell. He's the serpent.
To a point, Biggie put him in the rhyme. I stashed more dough than Burt Padell.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Okay. And he used to
stash on cash with Burt Padell in hell.
He was real good at what he do. I forgot what we was talking about.
Okay, so, but it sounds like you're already, when you meet this rapper who's basically a drug dealer trying to break into the rap game, it sounds like you're already working with the Clipse.
Yeah, well, I give this guy the money orders instead of sending the money orders to the office in New York, right? To Burt Padell office. And so I take the money orders. This is me being lazy. Like, that was me just really being lazy. And I had my wife go to, I think her name was on it or something, where the actual money orders that came from the show, I end up giving it to
the guys.
The guy.
Okay.
No, not the guys, but the plug, right? And he goes and get caught with that in the airport. Oh. And that's what happened. That was my paperwork.
And is that how they built the case on you? Or
that was one of the ones who was involved, because he had something else going on that I didn't know about, and he ended up getting knocked off or whatever. And that's when he ended up telling, which if it's in there, he ended up saying. Okay, let's back up though. I want to know how you started getting down with the Clipse. Like, you've already met these guys, you're bringing in work from
he like, let's get back to the Clipse. He trying to lock the Clipse up. He like, how did you get with the Clipse? So this fool and gave this drug dealer the money orders, and the drug dealer got caught doing another thing in the airport, and the money orders got his wife's name on it, and it's in the Panama.
How did you become? How long did that take before you like became their manager? Before you saw, like, how did that all form?
So, just like I said, we're dealing with Pretty Tony, right? They called him Pretty. So when he took me there, then like I said, eventually Shampoo ended up dying. Then I ended up starting to deal with him then. Okay, got it. So it's obviously they're already picking up material from you. They're already picking up work in the street. How did that? At what point and what year did you say, okay, I want to manage you guys? So it ended up becoming the thing of
like Lord Willing dropped in 2003. That was where they blew. Yeah. So what year did you first get down with them and start managing them?
So their first album was The Funeral that came out, right? I think Electra. So when they end up, getting out that deal, they were searching for another deal. Okay. And I guess the thing with that's when they put out the I Got Caught Dealing record that I had. Heard. Right. So at this point, when they still running for their deal, and everybody, they're running for their deal, I'm not even thought of about being their manager, right? I'm just on the scene of, we're in the streets, you know what I'm saying, whatever's gonna be. So when certain people is coming to do a song or something like with Pharrell, everybody who comes and they want whatever they want, weed or whatever this and that,
Yeah.
I basically got somebody who got the weed and the
Right.
whole nine. You know what I mean?
Right.
So now I'm being that guy.
Right.
You
You
understand
are
what I'm
kind of
saying?
being like the fixer for these artists.
Yeah.
You're getting them what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, or Push would be like, yo, you know, call me, hey, such coming, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean?
He just plugged Pusha into that. All right, I'm about to close out because I'm not going to finish this. So we're going to do part 2 of this because this gets good. All right, because this dude ends up going to jail. So he just plugged Pusha into that too. You know what he said? He just gave a statement that said, I basically, once Shampoo died, I became their connect selling them drugs. Then once I became part of the crew with the Clipse, when artists come in and be in the studio and they want weed or they want drugs and coke, Pusha be like, yo, they want such and such, and I'll sell it. He's snitching. Pusha T, you need a lawyer. you need a lawyer, bro. This is crazy. What's wrong with this dude, bro? Why is you? All right, we're gonna close out because I still got an hour left of this. And there's no way I'm be here at 4 o'clock in the morning. So we already did 4 hours, I think. Yeah, 4 hours. We're gonna do because this gets crazy. This gets because I know y'all got to go to work tomorrow. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, right? I should have knew I wouldn't be able to just play it and just let it talk the whole time. But I got to break stuff down and I end up telling stories and stuff because I should have been finished by this. It was a 2 hour. I figured like, okay, me doing an hour of speaking in between, we should be able to finish this by like 12. Not, right? But anyway, so this dude has so far it's straight implications. I mean, he just actually tied him in. That statement he just made, he actually just let it known that Pusha T knew. He just said that Pusha T was like, people coming to get drugs. He was the hookup and they know he's the drug that he's serving them. And the dude at the beginning, the white dude interviewer, he said that all beginning rapper stuff got started by drug money and all that stuff. He done tied his family up, his mama, his cousin, Panama, everything. Part 2 of this. It ain't over. It gets worse. But wait, it gets worse. I know how this ends, right? And this dude is home now, right? He been on for a while, and he's supposed to be doing good too. He's supposed to have trucking company and businesses and stuff. And so I'm like, so why would you have the need to snitch, right? Why would you have the need to tell this story but saying everybody's names? I mean, you could have told the story without saying nobody's names and implicating nobody. But you telling names, addresses, you telling every first name, last names, you implicating them. He a hot boy too. All right, more of the story. Everybody, crime don't pay. It don't. It gets you locked up. It gets you messed around. And even all this time later, right, that now this Pusha T dude he might have to answer to some of this. Because this is crazy. It's like no matter what, it'll always come back and get you. So do not be selling no drugs. Do not be doing none of these crimes. It doesn't pay, guys. It always leads back to you paying for the sin that you committed. You're going to pay it back in the end. The devil is coming to collect. The darkness is coming to collect. Get a job, be regular smuggler. Be very careful hanging around people. They can get you tied into something that you ain't even had nothing to do with. Be very particular who you associate yourself with, who you allow to attach themselves to you. You know what I mean? Be careful with your own family members, your own friends. You got that dude who always was into stuff Now you all legit, you trying to have a family and everything, and he done tied you into his mess. You know what I mean? Look, this dude is coming back years later and tying them back to past stuff they did years later. Be careful for your circle before they hurt you. Give your life over, man. Start doing what's right. Repent for all the sins you commit and try to live the straight and narrow. And hopefully you could be blessed, man, and live out your days in freedom. You don't want to be locked in nobody's cage, bro. And you do not want the feds on you. Once they get their grips into you, they don't like to let go. You heard? Just it's better, man, just to be regular, bro. Honestly. Y'all see what Puff Daddy, these celebrities, Diddy, this just got so much nastiness, bro. Now the Clipse got to try to at least Pusha. He's indicting Pusha over. And this dude interviewing him is going at Pusha. All right, we coming back. Another one down. Uncle Yashua, 25 to Life Testimony TV family. Keep it functional. Y'all know how we do. All right, I see y'all on the next one. We on the live on the ministry channel tomorrow. Mashiach Assembly House of Yah Ministries. Type in Uncle Yashua in the YouTube and the ministry come up. It's a big one coming out tomorrow. We live again. 25 to Life Testimony TV family, thank y'all for assisting me. Thank y'all for the moderators. Thank y'all for joining me tonight. We see y'all out. Another one down. Remember, love the Most High, y'all. We out.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that choochie. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dog.